Hello, beloved audience. Doing things a little bit differently this time. Some of you might have keenly noticed already that we did not stream this episode. There was a sort of big community talk. Not community talk, that's not what I was looking for. We're still scuffed here. That has not changed. There was a talk between myself and all of the players about the format of performance check moving forward and how some things are going to change. This is going to be the last episode of this particular campaign that was run on a Sunday. This is an announcement I haven't made as of this recording. But from this point forward, we should be running on the every other Wednesdays schedule, as opposed to the previous every other Sundays schedule. That being said, the game is going to stay just the same as it always has been. Maybe around this time, if not this upcoming session, but the next session, we are going to have fully moved over to the performance check Twitch, and that is also an announcement that I have not made as of this recording, but those of you who already know. But it had been too long since I had decided to run the game. I was going through a lot of different thoughts and feelings about how I wanted this to happen going forward. But it felt wrong to not run the game another time before this big announcement was changed and before we twisted up the schedule on ya. So, that being said, this is episode 4 of The Empire of Blood. When last we peered into the fates of our ill-fated heroes, a myriad of different revelations were made. Lysandra, the Oracle, received a vision bestowed to her directly by the false divinities of Eldiridia. They told her that a very long journey was in store in the immediate future for herself and her companions. 10 years at sea before returning to Euridia. And soon after that return, the fall of the Empire. She was gifted a loom, a divine artifact from the god ruling over the gift of prophecy, Ivona. Galatea visited a character that we had not yet been introduced to. Someone very important to her. An individual named Aegle. And during that visit, her somewhat adoptive mother, Athanasia, paid a visit. A very heart-wrenching conversation ensued before both of the individuals parted their ways. Ibis reconnected to Calliope and saw a stronger, but also paler and more ghastly version of her dear friend. A short conversation about Ibis's current place in the eyes of the Order, as well as her promising future as a later candidate for sustainment ensued. Kipariso received devastating news in the form of a sending in the wee hours of the morning, where, after some investigation, we learn that Eudorus had been kidnapped by mercenaries and is currently on a boat headed to the nearest major continent to the Euridian Empire, that being the desert lands of Ozera. Teaming up with Eudoris's sibling, they were able to figure out this information with the aid of the Sphinx, who now no longer blocks the path leading up and down the mountain to the Empire. Tearfey and Belle, or Tearfey and Tara, both visited the leader of the resistance group for the Thrak, a gentleman who they learned to be named Atticus, a powerful and imposing Thrak with a cybernetic experimental Magitech arm. And they learned his plan to finally, little by little, and under the very noses of their oppressors, liberate the Thrak people. And now we move on. All of these complicated events and personal missions, leaving each of our very lovely characters in different states of emotional distress. Just the way I like them. How's that for an improv intro? I was remembering.
Also, I hate you.
I was remembering what happened in the session as I was talking. I was like, what the fuck did I do?
I think you covered everything.
I think I covered the bulk of the important stuff.
Pretty good for BS on the spot oral presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Ending was very strong.
Ending was
Yeah,
very
solid
strong.
19.
And then I immediately messed it up by telling on myself. That's very in character for me.
I love that you went through both characters that I had decided to play for this game. You just said my whole ass other character and the character I actually went with. Lovely.
Lovely. I'll be completely honest. I looked over at OBS and read the wrong name and said it. It was great. My brain just did the thing where I was like, I saw the name Belle first. And even though I know that that's not the character you're playing, that is what I'm going to say because that's what registered in my mind at first. It's a race to the bottom here in performance check. And I am the winner. So, who did I want to hone in on first? Who is the first victim of the Dungeon Master's gaze? I think I'll leave it to the dice.
Vic.
What did the dice say?
The dice want me to pick on Ibis first.
Okay.
the actual sigh of relief that I heard.
I gotta psych
it.
myself up for that inevitable breakdown, you know?
Of course.
Have fun with that, Victor.
Sorry, I forgot that everything was muted.
No worries, you're all good. To my understanding, the point where we left off in the last session left things pretty open-ended for a prolonged period of rest. So, Ibis, starting with you, what do you think are the kinds of things that you get to on your less busy days? When you're not stressing over the weight of communion or other church duties, when Ibis has time to herself, How does she utilize that?
I think Ibis is the type that doesn't do time to herself.
I love it. I love it.
She is 100% going to like the other sisters and asking if they need help with anything, if there's anything that she can do around the cathedral, even if it's something like she's still pretty low on the totem pole, so she I mean, she's like low on the ladder, so she's like she'll wash the dishes if she needs to, like that's kind of what she's doing. She's just asking who needs help, what needs to be done, how can she, you know, serve the goddess in the most simple way that she can.
Fair enough. Okay. Now,
So
I established from the moment we started planning this campaign that this order was not good.
Mhm.
However, I do think those of like the other initiates of this order, the other like Silent Sisters and the other members of the Order of the Sustaining Mother, I do think they would actively try to prevent you from overworking yourself. I do think they have at least that level of decency. So you ask around, you prod some of the higher ups, some of the Silent Sisters. You go to Decima and ask if there's anything like you can do for her. And I think on a good amount of the days over the course of this maybe 3 or 4 day rest, you are given busy work. But at some point in the week, after it's been evident that you have not stopped constantly asking for things for people to do, or for things that you can do for people, there is definitely a moment where like you go up to Decima and you're like asking if there's any other like chores that need to be taken care of, where she looks at you and she goes, actually, yes, Evis, I'm glad you showed up here. I do have something that I think is of utmost importance for you to take care of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yourself. Yourself. Take care of yourself. Take a day off, darling. You just completed a mission for the mortal goddess not too many days ago. Give yourself time to breathe, darling.
Should I? I don't understand. Is this a? This is a test? Should I? Is there?
No, this is not a test. This is... This is self-care under duress, is what this is. And you see she reaches into a bag, pulls out a small canvas pouch with the rattling of metals in it, puts the pouch in your hands and says, "Go treat yourself."
Okay.
Okay. This is a bag of money. Go use it to do something you enjoy. And I swear, Ibis, if that money ends up turning into a donation to the church, I will personally find you and strangle you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Ibis. God, I mean, I admire your penchant for duty. It's an admirable quality of yours. You do not have to worry about it every single waking day of your life. Sometimes you can spend time on yourself. You've already been working a lot. Let me put it this way. You are not a silent sister, correct? Not yet, anyways.
No.
You put in more work than one.
But the Silent Sisters have been, blessed by the mortal
Yes.
goddess herself.
Yes, we have been. We have received her loving embrace personally. As will you when the day is right. Doing extra busy work won't make that day come faster.
Mm.
Take life in stride for a change.
I think Ibis is just gonna kind of stand there thinking, like, what can I do outside of, like, the church to spend money on? Because I think most of the things that she has are provided to her by the Order of the Sustaining Mother. So, like
Go peruse the markets. Go have a day outside of the cathedral. There's supposed to be a Colosseum match. The Lioness is going to be in it. Go watch it. Like, go do something.
Thank you so much.
I think she just wanders away. I guess she'd go peruse the market and make her way towards the Colosseum. Probably see if oh. Yeah, she'll probably just make her way towards the Colosseum. I was gonna say she could go see what like Kip's family is up to, but that's so far out of town that I don't think it would even like register to her.
It's not like too far. It's within a walk.
I mean, yeah, she'll probably go to the Colosseum.
Excellent.
Wander through. Like, she's gonna buy something at one of like the like pop-up markets and just pay way too much for like a piece of fruit. Just like way too much.
Incredible. You like it's here's an apple for 10 drachmi, and you're like, okay, here's a gold piece, and they're like,
Yeah.
fine, okay, sure. Drachmi is like copper pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
is it silvers? I'm not sure. Either way, well,
She
10 silver is
tips,
a
like,
gold, so I'm saying it's
200%.
copper. But yeah, you boom, there you go. Also, we're doing things a little out of order, but we're gonna go back to do some things retroactively. I see you all typing in no mic. We'll get to a lot of things. That's the plan. Okay. So we're going to say out of the 4 days that the party is resting before the fun stuff happens, we're gonna say on the second day is when this is, or third day. On the third day is when this is occurring. Third day of the 4-day rest. Ibis, you make your way to the Colosseum. Tara, can I get you to unmute, please?
Yes, I am here.
Now, for Tara, who works as a professional, still somewhat indentured gladiator, it's almost like It's almost like if you had jury duty 4 times a week, every week for your entire life. Is like you just get a summons in the mail and it's like, hey, you're fighting in the Coliseum today, here's your opponent, have a blast. So, Ibis, you get into the Coliseum, you take the section of seats that is dedicated to the Order of the Sustaining Mother. And you see, as you have seen her now many, many times before, Tara, in the sand, in the arena, before the match has technically started, just currently, like, stretching and doing her routines and,
Definitely shadow boxing, like...
definitely
like
shadow
Tara-
boxing. Continue.
Tara basically, when her starting routine is like just a simple stretches of like her lats and her shoulder muscles and the and then a just full routine of shadow boxing and swinging her sword just to get it ready, just to get the killer instinct just in her body, and then just pacing like a lion stalking its prey, which, now knowing what everyone in this party knows, a lion stalking its prey.
Yeah.
Ibis doesn't know.
Ibis
That is
doesn't.
true.
Ibis is the one person who does not know.
Uh-huh.
Ibis is the only person who does not know that the lioness of Eurydia is actually a lion.
Uh-huh.
Wow,
Was,
imagine being out of the loop.
wasn't there for Tyrus coming out. It's gonna be really
Yeah.
awkward.
So awkward.
I love it. I love it so much. But yes, you're like stretching, shadow boxing, getting yourself ready for the match, like caged lion pacing the arena. Now, important detail for the setting of this particular scene. Tara, the individual you're expected to fight today, is another gladiator, who you actually know to be quite a formidable and very, very reputable opponent within this Colosseum. One of the very few list of champions which you are also on. This is the first time you have ever been called to fight her. All you know of your opponent is that she is some form of Azamar. And you don't know if this is her, like, gladiator name or if it's her actual name. But the individual you are fighting goes by Asphodel.
Wonderful. Another champion, definitely friendship.
For sure.
If possible, Tara would have wanted to research and watch fights if Asphodel had been in any other ones. Tara, basically, that entire list of other champions, Tara has spent her own personal money to go watch them.
Tell you what. Especially with the fact that you're willing to spend money on it. Let me see here. How much gold does Tara have on her person?
Let me double check.
No worries.
180 gold pieces.
Okay. So, here's where I get into the thing that I love about D&D, which is making up bullshit as I go along. If I could get you to roll I think investigation. And if you take 15 gold pieces off of your character sheet, representing different shows that you've gone to, I'll let you make that an advantage.
14
14.
for investigation.
So, Asphodel is a little bit of a strange one. Asphodel sometimes does gladiatorial matches. Usually, typically, the reason why Asphodel makes appearances in the arena is for executions. Now, you know that that's probably not what you're here for. Probably. But it is worth noting that Asphodel very routinely is the last face that a lot of criminals in the Empire bear witness to. And
Wonderful.
she's a formidable opponent in her own right.
Tara is likely pacing faster.
Okay.
Like, Tara is excited.
Love it.
I don't think that Ebis can really say anything to Tara because they're pretty far away. I'm imagining how like Colosseums work. But seeing that it's somebody that she has had maybe one conversation with, she's almost like, oh, it's that person. Like it's, you know, like, oh, it's kind of nice. But it's also kind of like seeing like a person you did jury duty with, like at their normal job.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, interesting.
If
yeah.
Tara scanned the audience, would Tara notice Ibis by chance?
Oh, in the very ornate and ostentatious robes of the Order, bet your ass you can. You can see the, like, reflection of the sun off of the silks in the audience.
Tara will look up, give a wave, and then resume pacing.
Hell yeah. Ebis also just gives a little wave.
Love it. Ebis, if you would be so kind, can you go ahead and make a perception check for me?
I could. If my character sheet... There it goes. If my internet will allow me. 17.
17. As the sun crests a little bit further overhead, as noon draws a couple of minutes closer, you notice on your left, in the audience, which is far more sparse than it typically is, at least as far as you would know, because you pretty much only show up whenever the Empress is about to make an announcement, in which case the audience, if every single seat is packed and there's also people standing on the stairways. So this is a lot more open than you are used to. And that allows you to see two individuals. One of whom looks like one of the sustained nobility that, you know, every once in a while comes in and petitions the mortal goddess and, you know, as they do, noble decorum, that bullshit, paying their tithes to the church, so on. Talking to another individual who is much broader of stature, is pretty much covered head to toe in cloth, and you can see the little glint of a golden septum ring under a very thick hood attached to, I wouldn't call it a nose. I think a perhaps more apt description would be a snout. And you see the individual, the broader individual, pass a very hefty looking canvas sack to the nobleman, who then grabs it and without a single word to the gentleman promptly leaves the audience. And as you're studying the scene and maybe like being slightly too obvious, turning your head and raising your neck to get a better view, you see a movement under the hood as the head turns, and for a brief second you make eye contact. Now,
I think
you can correct the scene if you would like, but Ibis does not feel like a subtle eavesdropper.
no, absolutely she's not. I think she's honestly just doing the thing where like she's trying to watch the crowd because it's the most interesting thing, like at a match before it starts. You know, so she's like, oh, those two people are like absolutely making out in the front row. Oh, that dude just absolutely spilled like a drink on his date. Oh, that's a shady deal.
That's a shady deal. Can you give me a history check?
Yeah, I can. 11. Not as nice.
Thinking about it, the gentleman before, the nobleman, the man you swore you recognize, you're not terribly confident on this. You think the place you've seen him from is doing business with some of the merchant guilds, which is so broad because the merchant guilds covers pretty much every commercial venue that comes in and out of Eurydia. But just for a second, that nobleman usually tends to make deals or like be in communication with more of your everyman type of citizen. Your like peddlers, traders, merchant workers, like people who operate stalls, etc., etc. It's very broad, but this is a guy who does business with the other businesses of the city. You can't name any specific ones offhand, though. You just kind of know what this guy does and where you've seen him around.
That also kind of is in character with Ibis wouldn't really know much.
Exactly.
Like, if anything,
that's
she's
just
seen him in
that's
passing.
just the nobleman who talks to the merchants a lot. That's that guy.
Yeah,
no
he's got one of
name
those faces
comes
that
to
like
mind. Yeah.
you swear that you've seen him before, but also it's a big city.
Mhm.
So Ebus accidentally makes eye contact with a man who just gave out what I'm gonna assume is a sack full of either money or something.
A sack of something.
A sack of something. Do I see this person's face, or is it
Like I
mostly
said,
covered?
it's a snout under a hood. It's not
Mm-hmm.
really that easy to tell the identity of this person. If you had to guess, probably Throck.
Okay. I think Evis is again just. I think she might, at this point, be trying to blend in, but there's so few people that she's just. I think that she tries to make it look like she's stretching, but also like, that's not gonna work. Like she knows that as she's doing it, it's not. She's not sly.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And you know without a shadow of a doubt. Whether or not the merchant saw you, up in the air. The very broad-statured gentleman, for sure saw you. Clocked you from a mile away. Not, you know what I mean. Not actually a mile,
Mhm.
but I mean, Colosseums can be pretty big.
Mhm.
Not a mile big, I would think. But the amount of time that you have to dwell on that is cut short. As somewhere in the Colosseum, nowhere that you can see from your perspective, if you had to guess, it was up and a little bit behind you. One of the amplification dioceses that has like the little plate in the trying to think of what it is, like has a little plate in the stand that basically casts thaumaturgy and amplifies the voice of the person who is touching it. The announcer for the Colosseum battle, you hear his voice pierce your ears. That's typically the stand where the Empress speaks, but someone has to announce the Colosseum matches when she's not here. And so the gentleman speaks out and says, welcome to another wonderful, glorious day here within our prestigious and opulent empire. We would like to present to you a beautiful Colosseum match between two champions who have never once seen each other in the arena until today. First off, you know her. You adore her. The jungle savage. The animalistic woman. The lioness of Eurydia. Please give a round of applause to Tara Lionsborn. And as you would expect, applause roars throughout the Colosseum. And Tara,
As does
you're
Tara.
used to being called a savage. It happens pretty much every time you go out into the Colosseum.
Tara's begun to embrace it as he's like saying these titles. Tara is raising her arms and holding her head proud, and as soon as he says the lioness, she roars as loud as she can.
Love it. You can use strength for that. You can use strength for this if you would like. But go ahead and give me performance.
All right.
As this is a fighting gig. It is also and has always been an acting gig as well.
Yeah. So I can use my strength modifier for this?
If you would like to, you can use strength for this.
All right. That's a 5. It's not much, but it's she.
Small crowd.
Yeah, small crowd. Not too much effort put in.
um,
Just enough to try and impress Ebis.
Ebis is absolutely impressed, but also this is the only one she's ever been to alone. So
also, Ebis, piggybacking off that 17. As soon as the applause dies down, which the broad-statured gentleman was applauding for Tara. As soon as the applause dies down and the announcer moves on to announce the other combatant, the gentleman stands up, looks in your direction again, and leaves the audience. He stayed to cheer for Tara and then left. And Tara's combatant for today, the fallen angel, the last vestige of the false divinities, proof of Leora's might, Asphodel. And emerging from the other portcullis as the iron is raised, a woman very broad of stature, cusping around 7 foot, rippling muscles in deep, deep ebony skin, eyes pale white, no pupils, no irises, long mohawk, the sides shaved, going down into a braid that ends around, like, at the base of her pelvis. Hair deep, deep black. She wears standard gladiator's garb, no, like, ornate armor or anything like that. Her entire left arm is plated in bronze, and her right arm exposed. And in her left arm, she drags behind her a headsman's axe. Armored sandals over sabatons. Simple leathers. Tattoos of gold going down her arms and legs. And when she smiles, teeth of inky black. Like a walking absence of light.
Tara will smile back, showing the near razor sharp teeth that she has. And will place her fist over her heart and bow, and say, "You honor me, Asphodel. I have not faced another champion in the arena as of yet. As far as I know, you're used to killing the criminal element in the city. Are you not?"
She looks at you. Can you give me an insight check real quick?
Yes, I can. That's a 2, natural 1.
On a natural one, I'm so sorry. On a natural one, she appears to just completely blow you off. Doesn't answer.
Well, that's very rude. It is what it is. And Tara will being the person that Tara is, will extend a hand. Just refusing to be blown off at this point. She's just attempting to either shake her hand or
Yeah.
traditional like gladiatorial clasp of arms.
Yeah, she'll walk forward, dragging her axe behind her in the sand. Clasp your arm with a soldier's handshake, grabbing you just a little bit above the elbow. I'm going to give you another chance to attempt that insight check.
All right.
As she gets closer.
15.
Her eyes, despite not having pupils or irises, look saddened. You see her, like, her throat moves and her mouth opens as if she's going to say something. And looking into, like, again, the just, like, inky void that is the inside of her mouth, you notice she doesn't have a tongue.
I see. I understand. And you honor me by this fight.
She nods.
May the best woman win. And she will take a few steps back.
She steps back as well. You can feel the tension as the moments before the match officially begins linger for just a little too long. Before a loud thunder crack as the announcer in the sky above you casts Shatter, signifies the match begins. Now again, the way we did this last time, I'm not rolling initiative, we're not doing a formal combat, it's just contested rolls one after another. She is not fighting to kill.
Neither will Tara.
Okay. Alright, so what I'm gonna do in the very beginning is I'm just gonna have you roll dexterity to see whose actions take priority.
I have a question, a little flavor question.
Sure.
If Tara places her sword and shield in the sand to signify that she wants to do this with no weapons, would Asphodel follow suit?
I think for the purpose of this, absolutely.
Oh yeah, no, Tara is immediately sword in the sand, shield on the other side, cracking her knuckles, ready to go.
You see Asphodel looks quizzical at first, sort of squints, cocks her head to the side, smiles, grabs her headsman's axe, flips it around so that the axe head faces the ground, and then throws it a little bit like at a 45-degree angle behind her, and it sticks up in the sand as the blade impales into the ground.
Is
Tara
there a
just
very
has this
audible like
excited
ooh?
grin.
Oh yeah, the audience is immediately like,
In the crowd.
"Ooh, what's this?"
Tara's just this excited grin on her face, just ready to go, bouncing one leg as she just waits.
Mm-hmm. The look she gives you, as she, of course, cannot speak, the look she gives you says, "I'm still not going easy on ya." And as the audience is already enraptured by this turn of events, as you both decide to go bare knuckle, you watch her, like, roll her shoulders back as if to, like, crack them. And as she does that, large, feathered crow's wings sprout from her spine. And it's on. Again, go ahead and give me dexterity.
That's a natural 1.
Oof!
Or no, natural 2, but 3.
Oof!
Yeah.
Oof! Oof,
Yeah.
oof, oof.
Oh,
We hate to see it. She only has a +2, so theoretically she could get just as bad as you if she
Right?
crit fails. Hold on, I'm gonna screenshot this. I'm gonna post this in No Mic because I want you to see this.
Please tell me she crit.
I want you to see this because it's very important to me.
Yes! Yes, she did! Oh my god! That's
She rolls a
amazing.
natural 20 on the dice and is acting with an initiative
shit's
of
getting
22.
Opposites.
Because she beat your score by over 15, I'm going to say that her first action at the gate is rolled with advantage. As she has such like an advantage over you in terms of just how ready she is for shit to pop off. So her wings.
And
oh, go
Ken,
ahead.
for flavor, I say that the reason that Tara was Tara got kind of blindsided is because the wings came out and she was just like, holy shit, you're pretty.
Yes.
Stricken with gay.
We can absolutely say you lost your dexterity contest because of gay. I love it. Sure. Tara, please give me an acrobatics or athletics check.
Okay. That's an 18.
Okay. She rolls with advantage.
Athletics, if it matters.
Okay. You're fucking shitting me.
She crit 20 again?
She crit again.
Yes!
I can't even make this shit up. She crit again. I
Love that for her.
Sure thing, Asphodel. Queen shit. Love the energy.
obsessed with her.
So, you see her stretch her wings back and take a low stance, and she signifies she is about to, like, leap using her wings to, like, add to her speed. She's, like, about to kick off right in your direction. And you widen your stance, get low to the ground, and you expect to take her on from the chest up. You're expecting to grab her and move her. Which is why you are blindsided when, as her wings beat and as she begins to zip towards you, she does not raise her altitude. She goes straight under both of your legs, grabs your shins, and flips you, and you land back in the sand, wind knocked out from your chest. And she skids in the sand in front of you, turns around, and is ready to come at you again. I'm gonna ask you now, because this is where this gets fun. You see her turn around and get ready to come for you a second time. You get to tell me what you think she is going for and what you're preparing for, and I will tell you whether or not you are rolling straight with advantage or with disadvantage based on your intuitive response. You are currently prone on the ground on your back. What's your instinct? Are you rolling to the side? Are you getting up? Are you, like, trying to take that stance again? Like, what do you think is happening?
So, do you know what it looks like when a lion is about to pounce on something?
Yeah.
Tara will flip onto her belly and get into that stance, ready to basically counter pounce on whatever is coming.
Okay, you're rolling with advantage. Okay. Again, you can make this strength or athletics or acrobatics, whatever you want to do.
That's an 18 athletics.
Okay, and she is not rolling with advantage anymore. She just got that for her first action. I rolled it public, but that's fine. She rolls a 7. So, you see she bends down again. You stand up and then get low onto the ground. And there's this moment of tension before either of you move. The audience is sitting forward in their seats. Some of them have hands covering their mouths. As from the second you put your weapons down, this was a drastic turn from the gladiatorial matches that other people are used to. From the moment this started, you immediately were like, no, weapons? No, we're suplexing each other. And the audience is like, whoa, what the fuck? That could happen?
Yes. This is, like, this entire, like, interaction for this particular one, there's a low, like, bestial lion on the hunt growl coming from Tara as she's just so excited about this match.
Wrestling, but with wings.
Yeah.
You both sit there just a little moment as there is a twitch and movement. She comes flying straight for you. Again, coming in pretty low to the ground, like a bird soaring just barely over the ocean marine layer before grabbing a fish from the water. And as she approaches, Tara, you counter her. How do you counter her? As
Tara
she comes
is
in at a low angle.
So, as she comes in, flying in, Tara is going to pounce on her like if you've ever seen a leopard pounce from tall grass onto an avian. She is going to try and pin her to the ground, grabbing her both her arms and just slamming her to the ground.
Incredible. So, she, based off of what your previous move was, where you just stood there and were planning on redirecting her, she comes in expecting you to stand your ground. So when you leap up and land palms on top of her shoulder blades and pressing her feathers down into the sand, she does not know how to adjust, and you hear like a little bit of a crack as one of her ribs hits an uneven patch of ground and for sure splinters. And poof, she is in the ground. A bunch of sand is kicked up from the impact. This time you are rolling first, and you get to tell me what your next plan of action is.
Can Tara get kind of a lock around her waist with her, like basically wrapping both arms like a hug around the waist, intertwining the fingers, and then pulling back for a German suit?
Incredible. Okay, that's for sure gotta be athletics. And I'm gonna roll for Asphodel.
Am I rolling normally or with advantage?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you at advantage. This is the best 2 out of 3, so if you win this contest, the match is yours.
Wonderful. That's a 15 for me.
Okay. She crits again.
That's lovely.
So You grab her from around the waist, intertwine the fingers, lift, and you begin to flip her. Now, you have, I'm sure, German suplexed people on many other occasions. I'm betting this is not Tara's first rodeo. However,
Yeah, no, Tara loves this maneuver.
there can sometimes be a weakness in repetition when something unexpected happens. So as you grab Asphodel and lift her up, she waits for the perfect moment just as she's slightly overhead and beats her wings, and the force from the wind above her being pushed back from her wings sends you down as your knees buckle from behind and she lands on top of you. And she quickly escapes your grip, rolls up, and takes her stance again. She gives you a moment to stand. This is the last roll. Whoever gets this roll, whoever wins this contest, takes the match. 2 and 2, each of you. What are you doing, Tara?
Tara will stand, and at this point, Tara is taking a boxing stance, hands just in front of her face, and just watches her and waits.
Okay.
She's going to take a defensive posture.
You take defensive posture. See, she stands up a little straighter, smiles, stretches both of her arms, and you hear this strange energy behind you, this like woof, as if something just came into being behind you. And Asphodel, an Echo Knight, summons her echo behind you. What are you doing? Give me whatever roll you're ready for. As a shadowy duplicate of her pops up behind.
Can Tara rage?
Yeah, absolutely. She used a class feature. You get to use one yourself.
Tara is going to rage, and then, basically, pounce, the same way she did when she pushed her to the ground.
Here's my question: are you going for Asphodel or are you going for her echo?
Take out the source and you get rid of the illusion.
Okay, perfect.
So Asphodel.
Wonderful. You have advantage on athletics checks for raging, so give me yours with advantage. And I'm gonna say she catches you off guard enough with her echo that she's also rolling with advantage. So it's your two best rolls against each other.
That's a 12 for me.
Okay. 2d20 drop 1 plus 5. Her first roll was a 3. Her second roll was a 4. With a plus 5, she gets a 9. How do you defeat her? Tell me the deets. What's your finishing move?
Tara is going for a straight tackle to the ground, hitting shoulder to ribs as she pulls her to the ground and pins her there, and will roar loud and long as she
Incredible. So, to add a little bit of fun flavor to this, you get in your stance to pounce. And you, like, out of the corner of your eye, the barest limits of your periphery, you see the echo begin to move. You dip under the grab that the echo goes for, kick off of the echo, and use the extra speed to, I think, if you're okay with it, just fully clothesline Asphodel, take her to the ground, and then get on top of her, pin her by her shoulders and roar in her face. And she smiles.
there's a different move. There's a different move that I would describe it as.
Okay,
And
sure.
I'll actually post a gif of it in the
Sure.
in the no mic. It's called the spear.
I'm gonna say, Belle, you made a very good decision saying "fuck it, we're wrestling."
Oh yeah. No, that's one of Tara's favorite pastimes. She loves to wrestle, and so she just goes full on and spears through her basically.
Incredible.
And puts her down.
The wind is knocked out of her. She falls back. The impact hits her so heavily that her wings dissipate, and her echo vanishes. And there's like a brief, maybe 3 seconds, where she fully blacked out and came back to her senses and is just smiling like a lunatic.
Tara will, after the roar finishes, move a hand from her arms where she's got her pinned to cup the side of her face and go, "That's a pretty bird," and then get up and roar again to the crowd.
And the crowd goes ballistic. The announcer is floored and in shambles. Ebus, how are you from the audience?
Ebus is... I think she was very much expecting to almost need to like cover her eyes, because I don't think Ebus is one for watching people just beat the shit out of each other. But I think she's just like, laughing and smiling and like clapping and just like genuinely enjoying watching these two people wrestle. Like, it's fun.
Just two buff girls playing in the sand.
Yeah, just two buff women just beating the shit out of each other.
What if me and my bestie wrestled like that?
Ebus is not strong and cannot wrestle, but
This won't awaken something in me.
Yeah, ladies, is it gay to wrestle someone and then call them a good little bird?
Yeah.
The answer is yes, it's very gay.
yeah, are all Colosseum matches homoerotic?
If it is possible, Tara would like to like basically scale the wall, the thing, just to literally do like a pull up and go, "Hello, Ebus," and then let go and
I
fall
love
down.
it. I love it. We'll do, yeah, for sure. You like see where Ebus is in the stands, walk over, climb up the sandstone walls, and you're just like, "Hi." Colosseum match comes to a close. Words, names, people. Tara. I'm good at my job. You get 100 gold pieces in prize money, as fighting another champion is a big deal.
Thank you.
You can head back home, but if you're willing to delay it a little bit, I'd love to let you have an extra scene with Asphodel.
Oh, absolutely. Tara always spends a little bit of time in the Colosseum after.
Oh yeah.
It's to her, this is a hunting ground, and it's hers.
It's hers. I love it. I'm gonna say, Tara, for that victory, go ahead and heal 4 points of stress.
Oh, wonderful.
And Ebus,
I am now down to 0.
Hey, congrats! And Ebus, for getting to watch it, go ahead and heal 2.
I have no stress. Stressless.
Stressless.
Who would be ever be
Imagine.
stressed in this empire?
Who
Gosh.
would ever be stressed at the Empire? Hey, Kip.
Stress couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. Incredible. So Tara's gonna stick around in the Coliseum a little bit. Ibis. After watching the match, is there anything you'd like to do?
I think she would absolutely just like wave goodbye to Tara. And she would, I think in her mind, she's like, I have completed the task that was assigned to me, which was go to the Coliseum and watch a match.
So, this is the important question. Is your plan to head directly back to the Order? Are you going anywhere else? Or are you like, I have had the fun. My mission is over. I can get back to my duties.
I think if she...
Yeah, Tiffy, we can say you're there. You're there to... We can, if any... You know what? I'm going to open it up. If anybody wants to have been in the audience, you can heal 2 stress for watching your lion-hearted bestie kick ass.
Also legally obligated to do that.
Well, you have legal obligations when it's an arena match that Leora is going to make an announcement at.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to watch recreationally. You have to watch when Leora's there. That's how it works.
I'm still Tara's doctor.
Fair enough. Gotta
Yes,
be
by
there to...
legal. She meant legal, as in the girl. The gal.
Yeah, you are obligated by the girl to be there. I see.
Obligated by Gal Pal.
Obligated
Wait, no,
by
I'm
Gal
not.
Pal.
Wait, sorry. Tirfi's not Tara's doctor. She's her fat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Tirfi, you
Bad.
can be there. Go ahead and heal 2 points of stress for watching your bestie win.
Oh.
If anybody else wants to have been there, just let me know. Otherwise, back to my original question, Ibis. Are you going straight home or straight like right back to the cathedral right after the Colosseum match is over? Vic? Go ahead.
I don't want to make everything Ibis does so uninteresting, but she's such an uninteresting
No,
character.
I promise you. I promise you right now. I promise you right now. It will be very interesting, if that's your plan.
Yeah, I think she'd go directly back to the cathedral.
Okay. As you are heading out of the Colosseum, and as other people from the audience are heading out of the Colosseum, you see someone. You're a little bit lost in thought and very much in, my mission is over, I can go back home now.
No. You know what it is?
Wow.
She is thinking of how she is going to describe this fight to Calliope, because that's immediately what she's going to do.
How do you explain
She's-
this fight to Calliope without making it really gay?
Yeah, she's like trying to think of like, and then they did this, and then they did that, and then they did this, and I think they almost kissed, but it was very cool.
So, as you're walking and as you're a little bit preoccupied and spacey, you walk into someone, and you notice it's like a, this happens and then you realize what you had seen. You bump into someone and then like look back and you're like, this person was walking out of the Colosseum and stopped abruptly right in front of me. And as you like sort of reorient, you see Tirfi. Tirfi.
Hey. Phoebus doesn't say anything. The greeting begins with grabbing the shoulders and like shoving against a wall.
Ooh, okay. So, in order, you bump into Tirfi, realize that Tirfi just stopped abruptly in front of you. And before you have the chance to, like, process and reorient yourself, you are against a wall pinned by Tirfi. Now, as a note, Ibis is a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother and is wearing her garb. So, I'm not immediately penalizing it, but what I will say, Tirfi, is make it fast, because if the wrong person sees this, it's bad.
We're not acting. This was accidental. We're not acting super rationally.
Sure.
All right, yeah. Tirfi like lowers herself a bit to stare Ibis in the eyes, asking, "Are you happy to see us alive?"
I think the first thing Ibis does is tries to, like, get Tirfi's hands off of her. Just, like, doesn't want to be touched.
Don't get you bent.
And she just says,
Tirfi? Of course I'm happy to see that you're alive.
Oh, the Girl Scout remembers my name.
We went on a mission together.
Yes,
It's
and
nice
while
to
the
see you.
sewers were burning and then up into the city, you abandoned us? Do you recall that bit?
I tried to get us all out. I didn't know that I was going to be taken.
Now this is where I'd like to make a little bit of an interesting ruling. Tirfi, how inclined are you think, to believe Ibis?
She does not. I still kind of want to roll an insight on that.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do
And see.
is I'm gonna have you roll insight. I'm gonna have Ibis roll persuasion. Ibis, if your persuasion is lower than Tirfi's insight. Okay, 18.
This
So-
this follows because this is like a kind of desperate, not well reasoned blaming.
Uh-huh.
So as
Also,
soon
can I
as
just say-
someone dissuades it,
can I just say, so glad that we both have plus zeros to these
It's
skills that we
wonderful.
are going off of.
So, with a 6 from Tirfi and an 18 from Ibis, what I will say, Tirfi, it is of course not my place to tell you how you feel or like what you believe. There is a very naive and incredible, just open earnestness that Ibis
Yeah.
is sort of always projecting. And whether or not you think that is a farce is up to you. But Ibis feels genuine. But it's up to you to determine how you want to go about that, especially with how little you know about Ibis, but how much you've observed in the time you've known her.
Irfi sees that immediately, and Ibis can probably watch on her face as the like resolve cracks, and she's just frowning, and takes a step back, like brushes her tusk habitually, goes, "You really are as starry-eyed as you look. It is
I think that's a compliment, so thank you.
it is surprising then that you are as dangerous as you are. I suppose that is a part of it.
Why can I am glad to see that you're okay, Tearfy. Can I ask why you're so upset with me?
She takes a deep breath. Are you aware how much of the Throg slum burned down after our escapade?
I
How
think
many
hearing.
blocks?
Go ahead.
Just saying, how many blocks?
Hearing the words, "Do you know how much of the Throxlum burned?" You can see on Ebis's face that it just kind of drops.
I didn't know. No. How much of it burned?
I would assume. Your eyes are so full of stars you can't see past your own nose. Isn't that just perfect? I decided to be angry at you, but that's as impudent as anything. It does not
I
make
thought-
you less of a threat to me, I think. But I suppose I can't fault you for doing what you think is right.
I thought that the fires were under control.
Certainly they were in the right districts.
I thought they were under control in all of the districts. I didn't know.
Fine. I believe
Sorry.
you. Do you want to know why I don't like you, Ibis?
Why?
You are not like that tyrant, what was her name? Decima. She does not love her position with her whole heart. She loves having the power to sit at a desk and send people to their deaths. You, though, you are very dangerous, not because you are cruel, but because you believe everything you have been taught. And you love Leora as your own mother. You know at every moment what is the right thing to do, and that is to do just as you are told. What you did to those freak wormlings, puppeting them to their death, the control you might exert when you reach your full potential will make that look like charity, and you will not think for a second about whether or not it was right.
If you don't think every second I use my power, I think of if it's right. You don't know me at all.
I suppose I don't. I had you wrong, but I don't know how much that actually changes. Apologies. I suppose I will see you about. Tirfi is going to leave it there,
Okay.
unless Eva says anything after her.
Glad you're okay.
I am glad you are okay as well.
That's all she says.
Okay. Tirfi, as you are heading out of the Colosseum. Maybe a block away as you're walking through the city. A gentleman, covered head to toe in thick cloth, with a hood, and the glint of a nose ring from under it, walks up behind you and sort of steps in line, pats a hand on the small of your back, and the very familiar voice of Atticus goes, "So you're talking with the girl? You all right?" Oh.
So,
Hi!
hello.
Discord did not like whatever was happening. What was the last
Okay,
thing you
so-
heard?
I saw you talking to the girl.
Oh, yeah. I was. That's good. I didn't say much after that.
Okay.
So you talking to the girl? Any pertinent information?
She is as innocent as she seems.
I
And
hope
that
so,
makes
for our
it-
sakes. She saw me in the audience brokering a deal with one of the local merchant lords.
I don't think that might stop her from tattling on you. No benefit of the doubt there.
I don't think it
No.
would either.
The reason I hate that is because if we have to kill each other, I won't be able to relish it. I so badly want
But I
those
promise
who
you
lure it.
one thing, Tyrfie. Apologies, but if we decide that her life is forfeit, I wouldn't make you do it. You're too close to her. I'd have someone without strings. Continue your point.
Perhaps, but as she said, we hardly know each other.
Yay!
Hello again.
Hi, am I back?
Yeah.
Great!
Welcome back.
As
In
you,
the middle of the serious
Back from the
scene.
dead once again.
Woo! As you were saying.
What was the last thing I heard from me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just said continue your point, and then I heard nothing.
Yeah. Atticus saying that we're too close. Tyrfie laughs at that and goes, like she says, we hardly know each other.
I mean, be that as it may, you know her on a personal level at all, which I consider too close. When I say no strings, I mean no strings.
Someone who
Yes.
won't have seen her face until the moment they're there to kill her. But again, hopefully it won't come to that. She seems like a valuable asset if she can be manipulated. And if we can reverse decades of institutional brainwashing.
I don't know. I am not a cat spa, nor a social engineer. I am a lab worker. And this is not a conversation we should be having here.
Apologies. The segue into it felt rather pertinent. But you make a fair point.
I appreciate you checking in on it,
Gladly.
but I don't want curious ears.
Don't worry. Only you can hear this. We're sort of in a little bubble of isolated conversation thanks to some Arcana Tech trickery I have under my belt. But, fair point. Matters like this shouldn't be conducted in public. I should
Excuse
avoid
me, you
getting
have-
too brazen.
You have a what that you haven't told me about? Fill me in on this immediately. Come, walk with me.
Boy, he's all about it. And he's like, I'm just gonna do a lead off to the scene where he just starts going, oh, well, yeah, it's based in abjurative technology, veiling divination, and yeah, and then, yeah, you just, god damn it. I hate this. Gosh, we hate bad internet problems. I'm disconnected from Discord, everybody on OBS. I just think it's very pertinent to tell you that's why nothing's happening. Discord is freaking out and my internet is having a time.
Discord. Hi, Phoebe.
Oh,
Welcome
hi,
back.
I'm back.
Hello.
I was just telling OBS that my Discord keeps crashing.
Do we wanna try switching the host region?
Maybe? I don't know why it's just affecting me. It's so weird. Like, it's not even affecting Abby. It's just my computer.
Has Discord had a full restart since it started occurring?
I first started it this morning. But no, it hasn't had a full restart. Let me do that. I will be
Also,
right back.
Wait, stop.
Yeah, what?
Close out Xbox, Steam, any of those programs. Just like right click and quit them.
I already have them closed.
Okay. Did you quit them on the side?
Yeah, the only things
Okay.
I have open are Google Chrome, OBS, and Discord.
Okay.
Are you sure you don't have multiple instances of Discord open? That can mess with it too.
No, it's
Yeah.
one instance.
Funky.
Funky. All right, I'm gonna restart Discord. what a
Understand.
what a scuffed recorded session. I love it.
So that-
Yeah.
Take it back now, y'all.
Go ahead and change the region while I'm at it.
Okay.
Yeah, that would help.
Let's go to Weast.
BRB.
ba 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 da.
I forget how awkward it is sometimes when you force close Discord and you just keep you in the chat forever.
Oh yeah.
Stuck.
Oh,
you haven't left. Get out of here!
No, I did force close.
Get out of here.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Whoa.
Yeah, Discord doesn't register when you force close the program for
Okay,
voice.
so all of No Mic is just blurred gray nothingness. But
That's not normal.
I mean, normally it's just blurred gay nothingness, so.
You tried
Oh.
putting on glasses.
I have things. Things are here. Okay.
So, this one might need some track editing.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna fuck with it. Okay. One more scene with Ibis, and then we move on to Lysandra.
Okay.
Oh, I'm saving the best for last.
Wait, what do you mean?
Anyways, Ibis is BRB'd, I think. Okay.
Yeah. Said he'd be right back.
Alright. So, we're gonna switch to Lysandra.
Uh-huh.
Lysandra.
Yeah.
During this 4-day rest, on top of your other responsibilities as an oracle, you do now have a dragon to raise.
Yeah, she's sweating.
So why don't you walk me through a little bit of Lysandra's day to day?
I honestly think the first day upon hatching, it's mostly her having, at first, a meltdown. Going, what am I supposed to do with this? And then eventually...
And then eventually...
so it goes from meltdown to the scientific part of her brain going, what makes you different from Typhon? Because, like, I know the two of us talked when she created Typhon. It's like, I don't know, Full Metal Alchemist. It's like an alchemical thing that she did.
Yeah, to like explain a little bit of it for the audience, and I guess for the other players who don't really know how like familiars tend to be established in my world. There is a ritual where you draw out a ritual circle and grab, very simplistically, one element of different kingdoms of animals. It's a scale, a fur, a feather, and a horn of any animal, but scales, furs, feathers, and horns. Scales represent like reptilian and aquatic creatures. Furs, of course, represent mammalian creatures. Feathers represent avian creatures. And horns, even though regular run-of-the-mill creatures have horns, horns specifically are meant in this ritual to represent creatures of supernatural bloods, dragonkin, like imps, quasits, etc. So you remember laying out a scale, a small bit of furred hide, a feather, and a horn, and there's this little bit of like inwards looking as you take a portion of your soul and transfer that into the body of what becomes your familiar. So it's all very like it was written out in books, and all of the steps were clearly detailed, and you followed everything to the letter, and it was very rigid. And despite it being also somewhat an exploration in self-knowledge, it was overall a very analytical and like step by step by step by step process. And you didn't get a manual when you chose to adopt a green dragon.
Yeah. Like, Typhon probably, there was an immediate connection, so like she could talk to Typhon, and Typhon immediately knew exactly what to say, or could talk back. And like, with this baby green dragon, it's her trying to talk, and it's not listening most of the time, or it is listening. It's going back and forth.
Again, like we sort of touched on this when I first introduced the fact that it was green dragons that made up the Dracarcinoma, but
yeah,
chromatic dragons are very independent. They're not raised in families. They tend to leave home very early. And in the case of green dragons, they are born away from home, and it's their entire like childhood getting back to their parent. So already the process has happened early because you've stepped in on a parental role and the green dragon has just hatched. So already things are out of whack and the baby dragon's instincts don't know how to cope yet.
Yeah.
It's like, I already have a mom. It's not supposed to be this fast. Something's telling me this is wrong. So yeah.
Yeah, I think she'd be too scared to leave him alone. Or her, sorry, leave her alone.
Uh-huh.
Especially in her house. To go research more.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can theoretically ask Dione to bring some books to you.
Dione is on a 1-week vacation.
That's right. You paid her entire vacation, double her salary.
Yep. She's having a spa day somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah. She probably saw Tara's Coliseum match.
Good for her.
Good for her.
In theory, could Tara bring them home?
In theory, yeah. Tara could take the books home.
Yeah, it would be Tara, or she would send Typhon with like a letter to like drop off like somewhere and be like, could you bring this to Lysandra at yada yada yada? Or like send like someone to come over, like a messenger, a servant, or something like that. That's not Dione.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, day one is just her panicking. And then probably whenever Tara comes back, it's her panicking even more about what the fuck am I supposed to do with this. And, like, is completely ignoring the dream that she had, or the prophecy that she had in the morning. And I think somewhere in the day 2 or 3, I think she would seek out to find Galatea somehow, or like find a way to get Galatea to meet her.
Perfect. All right. Lysandra, you physically go out to find Galatea, or you try to find a way to like give her a summons?
Lysandra spends a good solid 10 minutes looking at Typhon and being like, okay, you are smaller. She will absolutely destroy you if you're not careful. But you are wise, and at least you have better flying capabilities than she does right now, so you can get away.
Typhon...
But I need you to watch after her.
Typhon stands up proudly on his forelegs, puffs his little scaled chest out, and goes, ah!
Do not play fights with her. This is not Tara who will let you, bite you and be like, oh no, what a ferocious beast. She will probably hurt you really badly. And then I will say this is your fault, but try not to, please.
You see Typhon looks in the direction of you know what it is? It gives off very Mushu energy.
Yeah.
Typhon looks over in the direction of Delphi, puffs his chest out a little bit more, and like flicks his tongue at her, and you see she just turns, and just puffs of green like gas come out of her nostrils, and you see just a little bit Typhon falters.
I feel like this is also introducing Cammy to Luna.
Yeah, same thing.
I'm
Same
terrified.
thing. Introducing the two feral cats together and being like,
You guys will be friends, or just watch after each other. But Lysander will deeply
can I
regret
ask you a
it.
question?
Yeah.
Does Typhon know Draconic?
Yeah, Typhon knows Common and Draconic.
Can he speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume so. Those are the two languages he knows, and I assume
So-
similar to like Find Familiar, we could telepathically
I love
communicate
this.
with one language.
I love this. This is very
They-
important to
They
me.
could theoretically talk to each other.
This is very important to me. Do you know Draconic?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you see Typhon look over, and in Draconic, Typhon looks to Delphi and goes, "Did you hear that? I'm in charge." And you just see Delphi rolls her eyes. She can't speak back yet, but she understands the language.
I'm not gonna regret this. This is fine. Tomorrow I'll be home in like the next hour or two. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, shit. It's gonna be a great win. A big win. It'll be a quick win. Then she'll be back home. This will be fine. Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm happy to be in charge. Really love it. I could theoretically get Galatea myself.
You want to?
No, I want to be in charge. Why would I give this up?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You gave him the perfect. I'm just a little guy.
I'm just a little guy.
I'm just a little birthday boy.
My birthday boy's gonna be so dangerous at a couple levels. He's gonna get bigger too. Yeah, we just need a sitcom at this point. Lysander's just gonna leave. Gonna be like, yep. If I keep staying in this situation, I'm gonna stress out even more, and then I'll never leave.
See, Abby and I both rule familiars very differently. Abby's familiars, especially in circumstances like with Peony, Abby's familiars tend to be like prissy and sassy and like sarcastic and like all important. I just make feral little gremlins.
I love them.
I just make nasty little bitches, and I love them. For sure, you head out to go get Galatea, questioning all of your life choices leading up to this moment.
She has done a perfect job, or to the best of her abilities, to make sure no one knows about the dragon at the place.
Which, important, very pertinent information.
Yeah.
You slither out your door, close the door behind you, and you turn. And on the street in front of your house are maybe about 3 people, all of which have like small coin purses and little like velvet like papers that are like stamped with a symbol of an eye. And it's like, you have fortune telling appointments. This is your job. And there's just 3 people who are just waiting to have their fortunes told by the oracle standing outside your house.
Mm. See, the good thing about Evis and Lysandra is their job comes before their moral dilemmas. No, I don't. My customer service
Yeah.
rep is
Lysandra's
on,
customer service rep got sent away on vacation.
so she wouldn't die. She's a commoner. She's got like 4 hit points and most 1 bite dead.
You sent away your secretary on paid leave.
I am a single mom. I guess I'll do the fortune tellings to the best of my abilities. Unfortunately, due to my background feature, it does take an hour for each fortune.
Okay, so you head back in and like get ready to prepare the house and find somewhere to hide Delphi for the 3 hours it'll take you to read all these fortunes. And
Back
as
at the spa, to the
and,
bathroom.
and
again.
as you come back inside your house, you see Typhon get saddened, and he's like, "Am I done being in charge already?"
No, you are going to be in charge in another room on the opposite side of the abode.
This feels like a downgrade.
You will have the house back after I'm done with my customers. Appointments? Appointments. It wouldn't be customers. She would not say customers.
You see,
She
he
would say
like
appointments.
he like prizes a talon on his chin and goes,
Oh no.
"And you're sure you're not just gonna command me to go get Galatea?" I only have to do it if you order me to, and if you don't order me to, I would much rather be in charge of the house. So, like, what are we doing?
You could be in charge of the house for the 3 hours I'm at my appointments, and then if more people show up, I might have to ask you to go find Galatea for me. But only if more people show up. If somehow you pull a little jape and you kind of scare them away, that's on you. That's not me. I can't see you, right? Mm-hmm.
You see he smiles, like his like reptilian jaw like prizes back and reveals his large fanged maw. And he goes, "In charge of the house for 3 hours. And then I go get Galatea." I don't know why we're negotiating. I'm your familiar, but if these are the terms, I accept. I'm good. I like it. I like what's happening here.
Oh, so much. He's like rubbing this little dragon fuss together. Mom gave me permission to do a little jape.
Yeah.
A hijinks.
Well,
One whole giver.
I
Little
look at
man
his
needs a
character.
New York accent. I can do that.
Please,
Listen.
God, give him either like very New York or very Jersey. It has to be one.
I'm in charge here. No, you. Ah, I bonked myself in the face.
Yeah, New York Italian accent.
Typhon turns towards Delphi and you go, "You hear that? I'm in charge now."
Yes.
See, the problem is when I made
Italian
Typhon,
American baby dragon. Big fan.
he has
In the middle of Greece.
yeah, he has expertise in stealth and he has advantage on stealth. So of course he could do a little crime if he wanted to.
Uh-huh. Why did you give me this power? You could have just said, "I don't want you to talk for my familiar."
Because for some reason light drakes can just talk, and apparently he can also talk in common. He could just talk to people.
Yeah.
Like he could look at Tara and be like, "You suck," or "I like you, kid," out of nowhere, like a fever dream. Who knows?
It's now canon that like Typhon tries to keep Tara up as long as possible at night to talk her ear off.
And Tara will sit there and talk to this little guy, and just eventually Tara will like get up and make food, and we'll just catnap in the woods.
I love it. Perfect. This is my new favorite lore.
He is named after a monster. And, he's just a
And
little
he
guy.
will be one once you progress further into Warlock. He'll get nasty.
He'll still have little guy energy.
He'll still have little
He's
guy energy.
huge.
That's so many points to making the
Um,
size category larger.
So, like, almost like the symbiotic relationship between, like, certain species of birds and, like, crocodiles. You see Typhon flies over, perches on Delphi's nose, like, right on the top of her snout, points down the hall, and goes, "That way!"
Is he that small compared to her? Oh my god.
A dragon wormling is a medium-sized creature.
He's a small creature. He's not tiny.
He's a dragon wormling is a medium-sized creature. So he's I guess he's more sitting on top of her head instead of on top of her snout.
Or the mid of her back.
Yeah, but absolutely hops onto Delphi and just points. And Delphi, who understands Draconic but cannot yet speak it, she needs at least a month for that. She just tilts her head and looks up at you with just, like, the saddest baby dragon eyes. In just a very, why would you do this? And then she begins to trudge down the hallway.
Lysandra doesn't know how to take care of dragons. She just created Typhon. That was it.
Yeah, you
Doing her best.
just made Typhon out of magic stuffs. You
There's a little goop in there.
Just manifested
Somehow
into being one day.
And he kind of knew everything.
While Lysandra is doing their appointments, would that have been enough time for Tara to get home?
Yeah, probably.
Wonderful.
Okay. So, Lysandra, you begin reading fortunes. I'm gonna say the first 2 hours. Run-of-the-mill stuff. Just, like, the first one is a question about, like the future of his romantic history and, like, family troubles that he's going through. Second one is a fortune, or, like, rather looking into a, like, like a person that they haven't seen in ages, and, like, trying to check up on someone who means a lot to them, but they can't, like, travel and get out, and they have no way to contact this person. The third one comes up. And as you are, like, sitting at your table and, like, preparing your, like, table for another, like, fortune, and, like, getting a new sense of getting a new set of incense, and getting your Taroko cards out, you see the individual who was in the back of the line sits down, looks at you, and then very calmly says, do I have permission to get a little more comfortable, if that's all right?
Lysandra tilts their head and then kind of, like, whispers and be like, be my guest.
You see the individual drops an altar self and ends the spell. And you see a woman Um, sepia skin, long curled hair, covered in body paints, wearing clothes made of assorted hides and furs. And a druid from the Izunian jungles sits in front of you. Not a citizen of the Empire. Far and away, not a citizen of the Empire. And she's just waiting for your reaction. She went into this fully knowing that it could go very south very fast.
I think it takes her a bit to register, especially with like going off of blind sight and everything. She doesn't have Typhon to like look through and see everything. And like very cautiously will remove the blindfold, kind of look and do a very like bleary-eyed blink, and then would remember the brooch that she has, and probably mentally using her goo feature where she can talk in people's heads, and telepathically tell her, I don't know if I'm being watched, and I don't know if you want that. If you need to re-put it back, if you need to put it back on, you should probably do it now, before anyone catches eye.
You see she looks at you, and she just goes, don't you worry. I have that taken care of.
Body language reads tense. With, like, uncertainty. So she just kind of purses her lips and goes, vocally, not in the head, sorry about that. If you say so. How can I help a stranger of our lands? How can I help you, a stranger to our lands?
She looks and says, first off, I understand where you're coming from. I am not a stranger to these lands. These lands were our home before they were yours. But I am happy to leave that aside. That's not why I'm here. It was my understanding you were contacted by the Nine Divines. I am a speaker for them. I promise, I'm not here for a fortune. I'm not here for visions of the future. Those are things that I can gather on my own, with my own efforts. I am here to answer any questions you might have. As I understand, the gods typically are not very direct in their communications.
As much as I am a person who adores the lore and researching and everything, when it comes to prophecies, I've learned to not look too deeply into them in fear of straying off from the paths. What was told was somewhat direct. It is more of my figuring out how to persuade the chosen, the other five, to willingly leave the land when it comes to it. Asking them to leave home.
I should clarify. I know you were contacted by the Nine Divinities. I do not know what they said to you. That is not my position to know. So, I don't know what you know. I don't know what they told you. I'm only here to help as a guiding force. I was sent by them to assist, but I don't know what prophecy you received.
Okay, this is scummy of me. This is scummy as the character.
Mhm.
Because Lysandra is really bad at reading people.
Yeah.
So she will cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay. As you cast Detect Thoughts, give me a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. What if I say I'm not good at wisdom? What if I say I rolled a little 8?
On an 8, you peer into her mind and breach the veil between your consciousnesses. And before you even have the chance to try to dig deeper, as the surface connection gets established, you take 6 points of psychic damage, as well as an equal amount of stress. And you hear...
I was gonna say she was just gonna read the surface thoughts.
No,
She's
I
not
know. I'm
delving
saying
deeper.
this
Okay.
is the surface thoughts.
Yeah. I was just letting you know
Oh yeah.
before it
You
gets worse.
hear a cacophony of the 9 voices of each of the false divinities talking simultaneously. And in a weird parallel to your own patron, the voice of all of the gods who contacted you a couple of days ago are constantly going off in her head. And you immediately, reflexively close the connection.
Okay.
And you see she looks and she goes, curious to a fault. That's good to
Or
know
so.
moving forward.
She does not look unapologetic. I will say.
You don't think she's implying that you should be?
Yeah. No, I'm just. She is not sorry for being nosy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she just reflexively, like, just kind of massages like the temple of her head, and then places the hand back down on like the table.
I think I perhaps started too fast. Greetings. I am the voice of Elduridia. I am here to help you.
With you knowing very little and with me knowing a lot, it is kind of hard to ask for the help for a situation that is not going to happen for a decade.
You see, she smiles and she says, "We have an hour, don't we? You can catch me up to speed on whatever you feel you need to."
Lysandra would spend, I think, the hour mentally telling her about
Sure.
the vision that she had, like word for word. She's not going to vocally say it, just out of anxiety of like, she hasn't told Leora yet about this prophecy, so like, she doesn't want anyone else to know it.
Okay. You sort of give voice the spark notes.
Yeah.
She nods. So
It's her. It's this mini.
it's this one. I can tell you with a certainty. The events leading up to the departure of your compatriots will be enough of a convincer on their own. From the visions I have received from Ivona, the reason you all are going to leave the island will be something that threatens all of your lives equally. When you leave, there will be blood. I do not have an exact date for you, but I promise, as leaving is how you prevent yourself from dying here, all of your friends should be quite convinced to leave with you.
Mm-hmm.
To put it in perhaps blunter terms, you leave this island enemies of the Empire. In fact, I believe some of your compatriots might already be cooperating with some of the already established enemies. You yourself included, with your contact with the divinities.
I think she stays silent for a while, like trying to like get a proper grasp. Like, okay, yep, nothing new, pretty much. This is the same as everything. It's another bad omen from the goo patron, except it's actual false divinities. Woo.
We tasked with knowing the most have the largest burdens, don't we?
Unfortunately, it is the case,
A
but
life I think we are both now very well accustomed to.
she nods. Hmm. I think, yeah. She would think just a little bit longer and then go, there might be one thing you could help me out right now.
Of course.
Or if you have any inkling of what to do.
She tilts her head curiously.
I will be just a moment. I don't have a bag of holding or anything. But I think Lysander would get up to go find the loom
Okay.
that she got.
Got it. For a hot second, I thought you were gonna ask her to dragon sit.
No. No,
For a
she's gonna go
hot sec,
find.
I thought you were like, I'm gonna be right back, stay in the house, watch my dragons.
I'm gonna go sneak out and go find Galatea so I can scream. If she was super anxious, probably. This is a more anxiety-ridden character, like Arya. Yes, definitely.
Okay, so you get up, grab the loom, and come back. And she looks at you with absolute awe on her face as you show up with a divine relic.
Mhm. Mhm.
And she goes, that's why they asked me to bring it. And you see she reaches into a pouch on her side and pulls out 5 spools of golden thread and sets them on the table. It says, these belong to you.
I'm just gonna add this. Yeah, she'll look at them equally and be like,
You have the loom on your character sheet, don't you?
I just wrote it down in like my notes page.
Okay. Could
Okay.
you go to your character sheet then?
Yeah.
And on the little plus symbol, add an item.
Yeah.
And what you are going to write, you're going to write the Weaver of Visions.
Comes equipped with 5 golden spools.
And,
golden spools.
You are one more step away towards receiving an item card. There's one part of the loom that you're missing.
Okay, so it's the hand-sized loom with 5 golden spools.
With 5 gold spools.
And 5 loom with golden thread. Oh my god, it's just a sage apocalypse. Look at all these sages. I don't want this item anymore. You see, yeah, she gets all these items and kind of looks at all of them and goes, well, I think I'll need a bigger box or something.
She looks at you and goes, oh, well, she takes the satchel off of herself and, like, passes it along the table and says, I only had this to carry the spools. It is a bag of holding. You are welcome to take it.
I'm gonna stuff my dragons in there. No, I would.
This is a regular bag of holding, not a bag of quantum suspension, so time still moves in the bag. Just an FYI.
And would Lysandra know that this would protect from, like, divination magic?
Yeah, I don't think you can scry on the contents inside of a bag of holding, because they're technically on a different plane of existence.
Yeah, same thing with, like, detect magic, or, like, locate object, like those kind of magics. Lysandra is worried that someone is going to find the contraband on her, and she's trying to find, like, she was thinking a lead box, and this is an upgrade.
This is an upgrade.
But she'll look at, the speaker and go, Are you sure?
She nods.
Okay. Bag of holding. Typing on my character sheet. Tip tap type. Yeah, she'll carefully put the loom and the spools. Now I don't have to worry about weight because I have a 6 in strength. Huzzah!
And you see she like looks over the loom and like you have the spools of thread. And she goes, another piece of helpful advice. There is one component from the loom missing. It's the cloth roller located at the front of the loom that holds the completed fabric. If you were to try to weave the golden thread now, there would be nothing to bind it, nothing to hold its mass. Once you find the cloth roller, the true marvel of the item you were bestowed will be made apparent to you. I do not, however, know where to find it. For a seer to try to look upon a vestige that in and of itself is wrapped and intertwined with fate is a very difficult process. I had been trying to find the loom for a while because I had the threads and I could never find it because, well, one, I wasn't meant to, and two, it is a relic so steeped in fate that I cannot perceive it with divination. But if Avona gave it to you, and I had the spools,
There could be another who has the other item.
there must be another priest who has the fabric roller. I can try to look into that for you.
If you don't mind, I might see if I could garner something, but if fate doesn't want us to peer into it, then I might just have to wait until time comes around.
She'll nod. If there is nothing else, I am happy to let you get on with the rest of your day. I will keep in touch. I will only be on the jungles a boat ride away anyways, so it should not be that hard to find. Maranui is the village where I'm from, in case you need to find me.
She nods her head and goes, and well, you know where I am. For the time being.
She nods. And she stands up, alters herself, turns back into the woman who stepped into your house, smiles, bows, and says, "Thank you for the lovely reading. You've added a lot of clarity to me." And steps out.
Oh, it looms over me. The puns are too much.
Vic, add inspiration.
I was gonna say,
motherfucker.
can I just? I'm gonna be the DM now, and I want Vic to have inspiration.
Vic, you get inspiration for
Look,
that.
I just think I'm incredibly funny.
You are.
You
So,
are.
Share your
Okay,
thoughts with
so-
the audio-based
So
platform.
yeah, I mean,
Yes.
let me share it.
Please.
Let me share it with OBS. I just saw in chat in Discord out of nowhere pops up Vic's gremlin little profile picture, and then the text the responsibility to get all of the parts looms over Lysandra. And I just about died, and you get inspiration. Motherfucker. Well done. Well played.
All of my inspiration is pun based.
Honestly, that's how I like my table.
Crisp, raw, filled with puns.
All right. Lysandra, you go get Galatea.
Oh my god, Saya. Wherever she may be on this humble day of 3.
So I wanted to ask.
Mm-hmm.
I would be with Aegel, and I wanted to know, would I be within a mile from Lysandra's home?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm guessing she doesn't remember I left my horse at her house.
Everyone keeps leaving their things in my house.
Exactly because I knew something was going to come up. Like
You're-
intuition.
You're the friend of the big house.
I am the friend with the big
You're
house.
the,
and
yeah, you're the friend who has all the money and lives in the big house.
Honestly, please stay at my house. I'm lonely.
But what I'm getting at is Lysandra could have just told my horse to tell me to come to Lysandra's house.
I think it would be a solid. Lysandra doesn't leave, I don't imagine. She goes, like, to and fro certain places, knows, like, the routes and everything. But if you tell her to, like, go to this district at this house down 3 blocks, she'll get lost. Especially with the blindfold and no Typhon. So I think she spends, like, solid 10 minutes standing outside going, like, I don't even know where she is. And I told Typhon to watch the dragon.
The funniest part is, if Lysandra wanted to, she could go back inside and tell Typhon to go get Galatea.
It's a pride thing.
But is so committed to this that she refuses.
It's
will
her
say,
high
though-
intelligence, low wisdom going like, no, I'm confident that I can make this work.
I will say though, I have made the executive decision that my horse is going to be lazy and is going to be sleeping.
Perfect. I love it. Incredible.
Or scrulled up like a cat. napping.
Hey, Lysandra.
Hey,
Can you give me a survival check?
Let's see how long it takes. Sure.
Yeah.
Am I good at survival? No, it's just a flat. Can
Yeah.
I guide myself?
You can guidance.
See, that helps. An 11.
You ask your patron for help, and they give you a 1. They give you a +1 to your roll.
They're angry that I was listening to another person's head filled with the myriad of voices.
Okay. On an 11, you spend probably another 45 minutes to an hour blindly navigating the nobles' quarter until your patron gives you that little bit of a nudge, and you, like, as you're, like, slithering past one of the buildings and going down one of the cobble streets, you, like, as you're passing in front of the artificer's house, there is suddenly this large cacophony of voices that, like, gets really, really loud in your head and stops you in your tracks. And Galatea, you see Lysandra from out the window.
I love that they just tell me to stop.
Yeah,
Giving
they
me a
just
headache.
assault your senses and make you stop in place in front of the house that you're trying to find.
Really awful.
They're not super helpful a lot of the time.
Seeing Lysandra just stop in the middle of the street, dazed, unsure of what's happening, Galatea is going to open the door
Okay, that's
and
better than I thought.
wonder what is happening.
Okay, you hear the door open.
I feel like all the snakes turn
Yeah, all the snakes
to Galatea
turn.
before she does.
They can see Galatea with a face of just pure confusion at what she's seeing. Lysandra, what are you doing?
I think I know I'm not supposed to use this language. Because bad things will happen. Baby. But I do think she does curse, like, inherently towards the patrons for being so loud in void speech. So Galatea just hears a gargle of I don't know what.
I'm going to assume you drank water and were choking.
Have a normal
Are you
one.
okay?
Oh. No, I was trying to... That's why they stopped me. I was trying to find you. I have questions. Or concerns?
You know, I did leave my horse there just in case you needed me to go there, right?
Sandra counts. 1, 2. I don't remember seeing a horse, but then again, I don't. And she kind of waves a hand over her face.
Fair point. Lysandra just kind of looks around to see if I forgot his name again. God damn it. The alchemist. What's his name again?
Hey, baby, what's the alchemist's name? Are you still with us?
No,
Atticus?
I'm here. No, it's not Atticus.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me look through my own notes.
Remember, my NPCs and my NPCs alone.
Why did I not write it? Why the hell did I not write his name?
I'm looking. I have so many notes.
Did I write it down?
I don't know.
Da.
I wrote down Dione.
Yeah, we wrote down. We know Dione. We love Dione.
She's on vacation. I will remind everyone where she is. She is safe, nowhere near that dragon. She will not die. Yet. This is not a threat for me, Lysandra. This is a threat for all the NPCs out there who think I'm a bad guy.
Eros. Eros. E-R-O-S.
Arrow.
Eros.
Hieros.
Fitting. Okay. Yeah, Galatea is going to look around and see if Eros is around.
Yeah, absolutely. He is still tinkering around with different potential prosthetics, trying to figure out why they don't seem to be compatible with Aegel. And he's like sitting on a workbench with like big, thickle, bottle-rimmed glasses, and currently like using very delicate tools to like pick apart a like prosthetic arm that he's probably rebuilt 3 or 4 times since this morning.
I'm going to try and quietly let him, as quietly as I can, but as loud as I need, let him know that we have company.
Of course. As to not disturb him or shock him or like make him jump or any other way of disturbing his very delicate tools. You let him know. He puts his things down, sort of wipes off his like big like leather like smith's apron, takes it off, hangs it up, comes out into the living room, and goes, of course, who might I be inviting into my home?
A friend? A friend. A friend! Lysandra. Eros, Lysandra.
You see, he looks and goes, the Oracle?
Well, for an oracle, she's not very observant, I think. But yeah.
Did you see? He, like, has a look of shock at, like, your... I mean, as far as he is concerned, as an employee of the Empire, your blatant disrespect and, like, very lightly, like hits you on the arm and is like, you would say such things about the Oracle in front of her?
I told you, she's a friend.
He, like, not is fair. 14. Snakes don't bite. Perfect.
If they rolled low, they would have tried to bite Galatea.
Oh, it is. Well, it's only 11:30 for me, but yeah, it is 1:30 for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it feels like the session hasn't gone on long, but we also had like the hour and a half long future of the show talk. Yeah.
Also having a good time.
I'm glad.
You're
I'm
getting
glad.
sleepy. Raise your hand.
I'm raising my hand.
Okay,
See, I'm a blind character.
we'll get to Kip after this. I promise. We are going to have your send
It's
off.
fine. It's fine. I'm just sleepy. That's okay.
Sleepy. Okay. I will
Just have a
continue
sleepy
the scene.
breakdown.
I'm gonna try not to interrupt as
Sleepy
much.
breakdown.
Yeah. Lysandra's doing her best to keep, like, this is not bothering me, but also I don't think it really does bother her. He's like, no, she's speaking the truth. I'm not very well observant, unless it's with the fates, but
No,
it's what you do.
I can understand to have the weight of so many events yet to come, but I can imagine it might inhibit the senses. Do you want like a tonic or remedy for that? I can, I mean, I'm certainly not the greatest at the craft, but I can do a remedial poultice if that would help.
I think I would appreciate that, if you don't mind.
Of course. Let me get brewing. And he walks into the other room, shuts the door, and gets the lab started back up.
Lysandra doesn't have the heart of like, oh, this is all self-inflicted. But yep.
So, what brings you here?
Galatea is not wearing the brooch anymore, right?
I imagine.
I sure hope not. I sure hope not.
Yeah, no, if you got rid of it, you got rid of it.
I can't remember who. I know I have it, Evis has it, I don't know who else will. Currently. And then currently Typhon has Kips. But I think everyone else is gone. I just want to make sure. Foolishly, I still wear mine. So, Lysandra will. It's gonna feel weird, but telepathically, you just hear her in the back of your head, and she's just like, "I was told you had a vision."
At that, the cheery attitude from Galatea drops. I did.
This is difficult because I know you don't. She. Till I say she stops. She's just gonna be telepathically talking to Galatea. But she would say, "Do you mind writing down what you saw?"
First, I need to ask you a question. Are you fine with answering it?
Of course.
What do you think is the consequence of war?
I mean, a lot of factors come into it.
The biggest resulting thing from war.
Beyond the death of many.
Yeah, beyond the death of many.
I mean, it brings conflict, a never-ending conflict that doesn't stop. Tears families apart, people apart.
The vision I had is of a new god. And she hasn't been born yet.
Sandra makes like a frown of sorts. Do visions come to you frequently?
Not usually. Especially after... Never mind. Yeah, not usually.
You won't hate me if there's a spell on you, would you?
Depends.
No, this is Abby talking out of character.
Oh, me, the player? Never. I love it. Love it.
I don't like. Lysandra doesn't like omission, so she will cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
I think it's.
That's a. Does that have a save? Or...
It is a Wisdom saving throw. Because she wants to. She is going to dwell deeper. Right? It's Wisdom.
I rolled a 14.
I think you failed. You failed by 1. If I didn't increase.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Um.
Right, let me click Detect Thoughts. I don't know how the spell works.
So it's 3 rounds, and the longer you keep it, the deeper the thoughts you reach.
If it succeeds the spell, you know that I'm probing deeper into your mind. Right?
No. If you fail the spell, you do not know that they are delving deeper.
Oh,
into
but
your
if you
mind.
succeed,
if you succeed, you know.
Okay. She's very curious about the, well, never mind.
Okay, so surface thought would be when she died. What follows?
I do think it's fair to say the most recent conversation was just about the vision.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that would be fresh on
Yeah.
Galatea's mind.
Yeah, so instead of that, what Lysandra sees is a child berating a general asking for help in war. And this child is supposedly this new god of war.
Essentially, to put it another way, you see Iphigenia.
Does the name ever get uttered?
She says it at the very end.
Okay.
At the very, very end of the vision. Hold on. I'm getting the exact quote.
Flavor-wise, I like to imagine very subtly, like all eyes, like on the snake, kind of glow. I feel like it wouldn't be obvious until like the spell ends due to the failure.
At the very end, Iphigenia's wings open. She grows in size, still with the proportions of a child, but easily 30 feet tall, looming over the general, and says, "I am Iphigenia, the true face of war. How dare you call upon my name?" And then it ends.
Big baby.
I hate it.
Giant baby.
Why'd you have to do this? She's like
12
12 years old in this.
Yes. Yeah, and we all know that 12-year-olds are menaces. We know that.
Yeah.
Angsty baby. So tall.
All right. Okay. Real things. Real shit. Back to the game.
Back to the game.
Yeah. Lysandra would, after a moment, like, sees the vision. She will drop the concentration on detect thoughts, and then the mental conversation goes. Okay, so you weren't lying. Okay.
Why would I?
I'm not good at reading people, and I have learned through many, many fortunes that people like to hide things.
I understand that. But you asked me a question, I answered you as friends.
Yes, but not everyone has the prowess of having life-altering visions.
True. By the way, do you want some tea?
She'll nod.
Galatea just goes and asks Eros what tea she can get for Lysandra.
I feel like as you're having this conversation, trying to get tea, as long as you're within 30 feet, Lysandra is just kind of like filling you in loosely about like, so this is the prophecy I had last night. And just kind of gives you a heads up to like, so we might have to leave in like a decade and be branded as villains or enemies. But
Neat.
but theoretically, it is what fate wants us to do. And, like, eventually when you come back, she gives, like, a very, like, it's hard for her to convey that sorrowful look, so the stakes all kind of hang, and they kind of give, like, a pleading look, and she's like, I might need help convincing the others to leave. Especially Evis.
Please, sorry, Galatea just brings the tea back, ready for Lysandra, and sits back down, thinking how she could convince Ibis to leave.
Maybe Kiparisa? I'm not on good speaking terms with them. But that's another thing. Or another day.
Tell me, is fate infallible? Or whatever that word means. I heard a friend use it. With fate. Is it?
It's tricky at best. And it's not. Fate has many different paths and routes that we can take. And if we don't follow one path, it branches out to another and it spirals out into, like, an effect of sorts. It's always ever changing, and it's very hard to get a straightforward answer. I don't like changing fate. And so if the Divine says we need to leave, otherwise, who knows what will happen. The unknown is scary.
It also makes you grow.
That's when it leads to your death.
Yet here I am.
She looks a little frustrated. And she goes, this one that dictates the way an empire could fall and crumble seems I don't want to mess with it or change it too much. I was warned to try not to do it. There's some people that need to be affected. There's some things that need to happen in order for I don't want to call it a better future, but a stable one.
Galatea nods. I'll see what I can do with Abyss. Hopefully she listens.
Anything
hopefully
else for the
she
scene?
just,
Oh, sorry.
I think
go ahead.
hopefully she'll just nod her head and go, I hope the little clanmate listens. I hope so too.
Alright.
Yeah, Galatea escorts Lysandra to her house.
You pick up your horse while you're there.
I don't know where I'm
No,
going.
I make sure Lysandra knows where the horse is.
Oh, you're leaving the
Ah.
horse.
Leave the horse
Okay,
there.
perfect, incredible.
Ah, so this is where they are. Ah, interesting.
Yes.
You
Yeah, that's it for me.
head back to
Yeah, that's
Eros's
it.
house.
Yeah.
Kipariso.
Yeah.
It's your time to shine.
Oh,
Um,
it is?
Yeah.
I can't wait.
How have you been spending the last couple of days?
Frantically running around, foregoing sleep and forgetting to eat, trying to figure out a way to call in as many favors as possible to get to Eudorus as fast as is within the realm of possibility.
So, one of the favors you call upon is the noble merchant lord who made a very small appearance in the very first session of the campaign, as well as another appearance in the start of this session. This noble lord, who I shall give the name to you, yeah, No, that's not it. Don't write that. Don't write that down. Don't write that down. Don't write that down.
With an H?
Very
P?
interesting
Don't write
name.
don't write that down.
Is that Estonian?
It's too late. It's already in motion.
Hate it.
Wait, are you actually naming him that? What's his name?
No, I'm getting it.
Go faster! If it takes longer than 15 minutes, legally we're allowed to name the NPC ourselves.
Ismaros.
Name him Bozo. Aw.
What?
Ismaros.
Ismaros.
Ismaros. You
Sounds-
contact Ismaros, who's a powerful merchant lord, has the hand dipped in each of the major trade and commerce guilds throughout the empire. And after a couple of days of written correspondence back and forth, Ismaros writes to you. The letter you receive says, Kipariso, very forlornly, I have to say that I believe my hands are tied. Would that I had more merchant ships at my disposal. I would gladly assist you in getting off of Eurydia and chartering a course to Ozera for you. However, as it stands, we have been dealing with a scourge of low-life bandits taking our ships and our supplies, and we have, at this point, maybe 15 vessels that have disappeared from our docks. At this time, the various guilds are starting to put holds on inwards and outwards trade, and for this reason, it's hard to even get a boat out of our shores, let alone putting a very well recommended stowaway on them. I'm sorry I cannot do more. If I had access to more ships, I would gladly get you off the island.
Okay. Note gets crumpled up, thrown on the ground. Head goes into hands. Who does Kip know with shadier connections?
Ooh. Who does Kip know with shadier connections?
If anyone.
Go ahead and roll me a history check, if you don't mind.
A history?
Yes, indeed.
That's a +1. That's a 5.
So, the problem is, Kip, you know a lot of shady connections. However, most of the shady connections you have, you owe favors to. None of the shady connections that you have owe you any favors in return. So, if you want to delve into, like, more of the underground, I know how to get people in and out of the city kind of folk, you have some debts to repay before that's a viable option.
Okay. We're gonna try some other avenues, if any are available left, before doing that, because that would take too long. Right now, Kip's main goal is get out as soon as possible. Every moment spent standing still is a moment wasted. Okay. So, you said a couple days had happened with the correspondence. So Kip has probably gone out to all of his usual connections in person or via a letter of some kind.
And gosh, Kip, this is the moment that you start to realize you've got to stop your practice of dumping people the second they stop being useful. Because there's a lot of spiteful people in the city who you have not spoken to in some months, others years. And for you to suddenly come up at their door being like, hey, I need a favor. You've had a lot of doors slammed in your nose as of lately.
Yeah, that tracks.
However, one individual might be able to help you out.
Yeah?
Let me go ahead and get the information on them.
Ooh. Who is it?
Greco-Roman names. Hold on.
Tell me how it's spelled.
His name is Faustinius Pargenia.
No, it's just rather I'm sorting through all of them being like, fuck, which one's who? The individual, who might be more willing to help you is an old contact, a smuggler that you used to know. Probably been a great many moons since you've spoken to them. But there is an elven woman you know of who lives in the nobles' quarter named Polydamna.
Polydamna. Okay.
A very, very lovely, purplish-skinned tieflings. Long horns that go straight up above her head do not curve. They are perfectly parallel to each other. And they stand about 6 to 8 inches off of her brow. Covered in just wonderful, elaborate jewelry. Knock at her door. She opens and smiles as she sees you.
Oh, well, hello. Yes, hello, Polydamna. You're looking even lovelier and taller than usual.
With all of the respect in my heart, Kiparisa, let's cut the crap. Step into my parlor. Let's talk business.
Yeah, you got me. All right. Yeah, Kip is very obviously, he's wearing a backpack. He's got an extra layer on him. He looks tired.
Also,
He doesn't say.
you know, she is not an infernal tiefling. She is a Hadean tiefling aligned with Cupiditas.
With the what?
Cupiditas, the circle of lust in Septim Hadia.
Ah, okay. A horny tiefling.
I don't think your
Well, all tieflings are horny.
I don't think your labyrinthian custom classification for tieflings has come up yet.
Yeah. Yeah, Hadean tieflings haven't come up before. Basically, demonic tieflings. In my version of the Abyss, Septim Hadia. But yeah, you walk in. All tieflings are horny, like all tieflings are gay. You are correct, Vic. You very well done. But yeah, you follow Polydamna into her parlor. And the thing about Polydamna's home is everything you can see from the front door is pristine and ornate and looks as an onlooker or member of the church would expect it to from standing in the doorway. As you get deeper into the house, you come into this back room with no windows that is just covered in stolen treasures and relics and magical items.
That's cool.
And
But Kip doesn't give it a second glance. He's there for business.
She sits on just a very long fainting couch that is separated from your chair by a large brass coffee table. And she lays back on the fainting couch and goes, "So, what is it you need from me?"
As you said before, I'll get straight to the point. I need to get to Ozera, which I've been told is difficult
Ozera?
right now. Yeah.
What brings you all the way out there, Caprisa?
An emergency of a time-sensitive nature.
Oh, honey. I need details.
Okay. So I don't know if I've told you about childhood friend Eudoris. They're pretty popular.
Yes, the warrior poet.
Yeah. Coolest person I've ever met. No, I need to stay focused.
Heard word they left town recently.
Not willingly.
Oh, do tell.
Well, I got a message, and then I talked to Isetis, and she scryed, and
Hold on. Isetis?
Yeah, she was outside of town a few days ago.
The Sphinx?
Not there now. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Continue.
So she scryed and told me that Eudoris was in less than ideal situation and constraints, going through the Whispering Sea towards Ozera, surrounded by people that she thinks belong to the Storokai.
Any other pertinent details? Wait. Storokai.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
The mercenaries.
I'm familiar. I've done work with them before.
Well, I'm not familiar with them. I have been trying to find information, but most people just tell me that they're mercenaries and not nice, and that's worrying. And I'm very eager to get there.
She looks at you and says, "You need to charter passage to Ozera. So you, Kipariso, can take on a mercenaries guild head on and take one of the people their clients paid them to grab."
Yes, that exactly. Yes. Got it. Perfect. You understand. So can you help me?
Yes, I understand completely. You are still stupid and bold.
Yeah, I am stupid.
If you want to contact the Storokai and not get gutted on the end of a saber, okay, here's what we're going to do. I will see about chartering you a ship.
You will?
I will. And I will write a little correspondence to the Storokai. Because if you pop in unannounced, they will kill you.
Yeah, I figured that might end up happening, but
And
avoiding
you are
that
still
would be
planning
good.
on doing it.
Of course I am. Of course I am. It's Eudoris. What else am I
You
supposed to do?
care very deeply for this person.
Well, yeah, of course.
Here's what you're going to do for me. She points to one of the relics on the wall. And you see a very beautiful, ornate scimitar. This scimitar is one of the swords of the great Sultan of the Glass City, Savrath Sulkan. One of the swords. This blade has a brother, and I don't like having an incomplete collection.
You want the other sword of the Sultan.
You're going to Ozera, aren't you?
Yeah, but okay.
And you have
I've
no other way
barely
to
ever
get
laid
there.
a hand on a sword. I don't know how I'm going to obtain another sword when I don't even really know how to use one super well.
Kipparis.
I don't own a sword. Should I buy a sword?
She leans forward and says, I know I wasn't your first option. You have not seen me in years. So for you to march up to my door means that you have exhausted all other avenues. Not only do I know that I can get you to Ozera, and not only do I know that I can get you in contact with the Storokai, I know I'm the only one who can. So you're not in a position to barter.
I know I'm not, but I don't know how I'm going to do this for you.
That's not my problem, sweetheart. You want my help. I want a matching set.
Okay. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to make it happen.
Good boy.
I have some people who are strong who I met recently. I might be able to convince them to... I don't know.
You can pull
I'll
whatever
figure it
strings
out.
you need to. I will get in contact with the Storokai. And I will put them in a position where they are amicable about potentially doing business with you. Now, buying out a client of the Storokai is no small feat. But you want a group of the most cutthroat mercenaries in the entire higher world to give you a person back, you have to win the auction. Buy out your competitor. But I'll put you on the map as a business partner. Otherwise, you might as well be a pig walking into a butcher's shop.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I am very desirable.
She leans forward and says, "You're worried about learning swordplay, yes?"
Okay, I've used one before, but only on stage. That's the instruction I got. So, like, I
Allow me to
can
sweeten
use one.
the deal. The person that I am going to charter a ship from is someone who owes me a very great favor. This individual also happens to be one of the greatest pilot lords sailing the Whispering Seas. So, if you would like to, I can let him know that he'll have an apprentice on board.
No, maybe they can teach me a thing or two about how to steal a scimitar too. I'll do anything at this point.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Captain Mordecai is a miracle worker.
Well, I look forward to meeting them.
I'm sure he'll look forward to meeting you. And to help expedite the process, she stands up, walks over to a weapon rack, and a lot of the swords on this weapon rack are a lot not duller in like an actual blade sense, duller in an aesthetic sense than a lot of the other weapons that are on display here.
Less encrusted in jewels.
Yeah, exactly. It's honestly, it's less garish. She grabs a weapon with a very long, thin blade. Not thin as in a rapier, a little bit thicker than that, but it's about the proportions of a long sword. Long, narrow blade. Still has a mighty amount of jewels on it, but nothing is, again, garish as anything that's currently on the walls. And she tosses it to you. Grab it. She says, "That is an estoc."
Stock. Okay.
Enjoy it.
Thanks.
No, you're going to need something to defend yourself with in case... when shit goes south.
I will do my best to put it to use, I guess.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So, you get passage to Ozera, tutorship from one of the greatest pirates I have ever known, a good word with the Storokai.
And in exchange, you want a royal sword.
To put it in blunter terms, I want the blade of a king. And if you don't have it when you come back to Eurydia, or...
Oh, consequences. I understand.
Oh, I'm glad we understand.
Yeah.
See, she pats you on the shoulder and says, "Good boy. I knew we would come to an arrangement."
Yeah. I learned my lesson last time. I'll definitely fulfill my end of the bargain on time. I'll do whatever I can.
Good. And she holds out a hand to you. Then it is a bargain.
And Kip shakes a hand. His hands are noticeably cold.
As your hands grasp hers, you feel a surge of fiendish magic and a burning sensation on the palm of your hand. And when she takes her hand away, you see a seal written in abyssal burned into the flesh of your palm.
Yes, I'll have to get gloves.
I guess you might. See you around,
Let's see.
Kipariso.
Of course, of course. And you will see me, probably again, unless I die. I'm
I
gonna
will
try
know
and
if you
round
do.
up that help. Yeah, you sure will.
And because I know resurrection magic exists in the world, you dying does not free you from the contract.
Yes, I understand this.
Good.
I figured as much. You're very thorough about your deals.
I wouldn't have amassed all this wealth if I was careless, now would I?
Exactly. You're very smart. You're a very smart woman, which is why I ended up coming to you, and it is why you're, in the end, able
She
to help me,
smiles
because you're
and
so good at
goes,
what you do.
Smart woman, dumb boy. Match made in Hadia.
Yep. I'll go now and try and see if I can get any of those people I mentioned earlier to help me. Thank you. Keep in touch.
Oh. You hear a voice in your head as she stands across the room and doesn't open her mouth, and a vibration on the scar on your hand, and she goes, yeah, we'll keep in touch.
Oh, that's a nifty feature. Makes this easy.
Please add a +1 S-Talk to your character sheet.
Oh, that's sick. Okay. Kip then leaves, and the person that he kind of bonded most with was, I think, Tara?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if Kip knows where Tara lives or anything like that. Kip knows Tara does gladiator fights and stuff.
Didn't
You were at
Kip
my house
literally
last-
sleep in the
Yeah.
same room as Tara, like cuddled
Yeah.
for a night?
Oh, you're at my house, you dingus.
But does that mean that Kip knows that she lives there?
Yeah, Tara makes no.
We'll assume
like,
so. Okay.
Yeah.
So Kip has to go back to Lysandra's place then.
Yeah, you just head back to Lysandra's place.
Yeah, she lives in the room in Lysandra's house that's just full of fucking pelts.
Yeah,
Every
you just-
square inch.
Just look for the room just full of monster pelts. You'll exactly where she is.
Okay, so who would Kip run into at Lysandra's house first? I assume it's probably like afternoon at some point.
I think so. This might have... I'm going to say this is the same day. Tara just came back from winning that battle in the Colosseum. And Lysandra just got back from talking to Galatea.
I guess you would say Galatea walking away from the place.
Yeah, you'd see Gal walking away from Lysandra's house, and Lysandra literally right about to go in the front door.
Perfect. Kip starts waving his arms and then remembers and then goes, Snake, Lysandra, see her great over person.
She gets noticeably tense and just looks over and then goes, Oh, hi, Kiparisa. How? Do you need a fortune or something?
Nope. I need something different.
Kip, you hear in the back of your head, I don't know, you could use some good fortune.
I mean, okay, no, I can't. I need to save my money because I have a thing. Can I talk with, Tara, lion lady, buff? Nice.
The wonderful terms of endearment Kip has come up with. Great over person and lion lady buff.
I think you.
We weren't just
you
using
need to
a
understand.
third buff for.
Bards
We're
were
directing
good
a
with
third
words.
His poor brain cells all
On
tuckered out.
anxiety and whatever the ancient Greek equivalent of coffee is.
It's just coffee.
think-
Coffee's a thing that has been had around the world
Yeah.
for so long.
I don't drink coffee. I don't know things about it.
For sweet Kip, barely makes it up to like the equivalent of like what Lysandra's hip would be. I think with the height chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
And so
you can
she
tell
bends-
he's fidgety, at least.
Yeah, she bends way down, and then like all the snakes are just kind of looking at him,
Mm-hmm.
and she's like, "What business do you have with Tara?"
Do we maybe talk about this inside?
No,
No? Okay.
I know
Um,
what you are and what you do. What business?
What, this what?
Yes.
No, that's
what
not the time.
business do you have with her?
It's not that kind of business. Promise. Well, I mean, unless... No. It's more, personal. Less business. Personal kind of business. I need help. Kip just kind of like steeples their fingers together, staring off into space for a second. Very tiredly.
It's like a very long, intense moment before she answers. She's gonna let Jiru doing it. But she will open the door and then think for a moment and be like, she is down the hall, take a left. If she's home, knock on her door. Do not barge in.
I will knock. I remember manners. Thank you.
Do you now?
Thanks.
If you see the two dragons, ignore them.
Right, I forgot about that. Huh. Fun. And Kip walks in and goes towards Tar's room.
Yeah, Lysandra will just leave you off with a mental telepathic message going, "Oh, right, the green hatch, so really be careful."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kip, just, you just go straight for it, just straight for the door. Just a little, hello?
Come in.
Oh, fantastic, you're home. And Kip opens the door. Hello? How you doing?
Tara is in the middle of like pull-ups, like as Kip comes in. You come in, shut the door. I'm just finishing up my workout.
Gotcha. And Kip closes the door, and Kip is now carrying a bindle, an extra lyre in addition to his other instruments, and a shiny, sparkly sword.
Tara will drop down and look over to Kip and go, "Hello, pretty boy. Why did you come to see me today?"
Pretty, thank you. Right back at you. I was wondering if you could possibly help me, or if you knew of anyone who could help me, because I have a certain thing that I need help with that is very difficult and delicate subject.
About halfway through that sentence, Tara would have like cupped Kip's cheeks and been like, "Slow down.
Okay.
Slow down. Relax. What do you need my help with?"
I have to save I have to save a childhood friend. He got
Okay.
kidnapped.
So, I know that pining voice. Trust me, I know it very well. And she'll very like quickly glance at the door and then like just not making allusion to anything in particular. Just yeah, I understand what that means. How long have you loved this person?
Well, and Kip tries to like back away a little bit, like caught off guard. Didn't say anything about that.
No, but your body language is that of someone who either they are a very good friend or family, like I am with
it's
Lysandra.
complicated.
Or, but hear me out. What do you need help with? And how many people do I need to kill for you?
Hopefully there won't be any killing, but I have to go to the place across the ocean with the glass. Fuck. Ozera! That's it.
The place across the ocean with the glass.
I am not quite. As many people have pointed out, I am not one for intercontinental travel. I was a barbarian before I was forcibly brought here. I don't quite know where that is. However,
Yeah, sorry. I'm not very eloquent right now.
It's
I
okay.
think I'm tired.
Yes, you look it. Do you need to rest? And she'll gesture to her
No.
bed.
I can't. Every moment
Yes.
I spend not doing stuff is a moment that he gets further away from me, and I can't do that.
Kipariso, listen to me.
What? What?
If you are too tired,
I'm not. I'm fine.
listen to me before you object. If you are too tired, you are of no use to your friend. If you
I can
cannot
sleep
use
on
that,
the boat.
if you cannot use your beautiful words and that beautiful sword you carry to accompany the pretty face that happens to stand on your shoulders,
Don't know how to use a sword.
I can teach you.
I've already got a pirate promising to apprentice me.
Well, that is fortunate for you.
Oh yeah,
As
pirate. That's how
wonderful
I'm
as-
gonna get there.
Okay, that is understandable. I could have gotten you a ship, maybe, but
It's actually very difficult right now because there's a lot of trade issues going on with the piracy and a bunch of things going missing. So
well, you know, here is. I will first. You will rest. Then I will feed you. Then we will talk about piracy and finding your friend.
okay, how about we do the other things first, and then I just don't sleep
No.
because I don't need to. I'm fine. I got like 4
Kipariso,
hours last
I
night and
will
this morning.
physically knock you unconscious myself.
Don't do that. I know you
I don't-
could. You're very strong and cool and very handsome in like a very elegant way, but like,
You need your rest, and if I have to cuddle you into that bed, I will.
Cuddles is
Okay.
a threat, imagine.
as appealing as that sounds, I still need to figure out who can help me because I have to steal a sword from the Sultan so that I can pay off the person who's getting the boat, and I don't know how to steal. Well, I mean, okay, I'm good at like pickpocketing and stuff, but I don't know how to steal a thing from a royalty. A royalty, wow. Maybe I am tired.
You are very tired, but I have another proposition for that as well. Royals are very arrogant in my experience, and if we can maybe coax this royal into a gamble, you may not have to steal the sword at all.
A gamble. Like
If
on
you can,
checkers.
a more test of strength. If I accompany you, and you can hype me up enough as this great unstoppable force that cannot be reckoned with, etc., etc., we can maybe convince your king man that you need to deal
King
with, the
Malif.
royal that you have to the royal that you have to get the sword from, to bet the sword on a gamble.
I don't think he's
Then
gonna
I
do it because he
win,
already
I-
got one stolen.
Well, this is why we have time to plan. If you a plan half cooked often burns in the pan. I'm bad with analogies, but you understand what I mean. If you go in
It's
unprepared,
going over my
you
head
will
anyway,
die.
It's fine.
If you go in unprepared, you will die. Period.
Yes, I understand this, and I'm prepared for this. Polydema said that
You-
I could get an audience with the mercenary people. That's something she guaranteed. But I have no idea how I'd even get to talk to the Sultan to even try and do a deal like that. But I have time to think and plan on the boat.
Yes. Okay. Do you understand how difficult it is going to be, General, for you, as tired as you are, to not fuck up talking to these mercenaries?
That won't happen until after the boat, where I can sleep.
Have you ever been on a boat, Bariso?
No.
I was on a boat once. It
Well,
was a
okay,
way
I
for
did go
me
on a
to
boat,
be-
but it didn't go very well for the boat.
Yes, that
I
is
burned
a
it
good
down.
point.
I
Uh-huh.
was drunk. It was really fun, but he got really
I
mad.
wish I could have burned the boat I was on. But let me explain to you. Being on a boat sober sucks.
Mhm.
And drunk sleep is not very restful. I promise. Trust me, I know.
Mhm.
So, here is what is going to happen. I am not giving you an option. You are at least going to sit down for a meal with me, and you are going to explain to me more as to what you need of me, and I am going to help you.
Okay. Counterpoint. If I sit down, I will explode. So how about we walk and talk?
I cannot cook for you if you are walking.
I can pace in a circle. I'm really good at circles.
You know, as anxious as you are still adorable. But you're going to hurt yourself if you continue to stress.
Mhm. Mhm.
Remember helping me when I was in my other state. Remember how I was
Yes, I do remember that. Hot.
That is not what I meant. But what I mean is that had I continued as stressed as I was, I would not have been any help to anyone. And you helped me to be helpful. Allow me to do the same for you. Allow me to repay in kind the kindness you have given to me.
I still have to buy supplies for a 2-week journey on a vessel that may be definitely filled with pirates. So how about I do that while you cook, and then I'll come back in like 2 hours after I'm done with my shopping, and we can talk then.
How much gold do you need for your supplies? How
I
much do you have?
no idea. I've never been on a boat. I have, and Kip like opens up their bag to look in, and there's like a whole bunch of different boxes and bags full of differing amounts of gold. And he's like tallying it up while I look for how much I actually have. 200-ish? I don't know if that's enough.
Here. And Tara will grab the bag of the gold that. How much did Tara make today?
100 gold pieces.
And Tara will just hand him another 100.
Well, if you're coming with me, you're gonna need supplies too. So this actually is efficient.
Take this money. You go get what you need. I will do hunting before we leave. And I will have what I need.
Okay. Also, I don't know anything about this place we're going to. And I don't think Lysandra likes me, but she can know things with her magic stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she can.
Could you ask her for me?
We can ask her together.
Okay, maybe we should do that first.
Yes, that may in fact be a good idea. Though
This is smart.
here is my proposal as well. Maybe we get the rest of our companions that helped us along the way in the sewers. I had no Tirfi is very good at what they do, which is quite a lot of great things. And maybe she and Lysandra and Galatea may be able to help us.
That's a very sweet thought. But I
Having-
came here fully expecting you to turn me down too, as well as everyone else who has. So I don't know if they'll be willing to help me.
The worst they can say is
Yeah, that is the worst they can say, and it really fucking sucks.
It does.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear and be mean.
it is okay. I am a gladiator. I get punched in the face on a daily basis. You're fine.
I know, but I don't like being abrasive.
I understand, and I can understand why you are being so. You are tired, you are worried, and you are stressed.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I tell you you need rest. Food, water, to at least relax for a moment. Even if it is not to sleep, though I dearly wish you would.
Mm-hmm. Hey, DM,
Yes.
how many points of stress do I need before I have a full-on Menti bee?
You have to get to half of your maximum stress.
Yes, but that is an odd number.
Round up in that case.
Okay,
So 2
then can I
points.
take 2 points of stress? One for the conversation earlier and one for now being told
Yeah,
to sit
absolutely
still.
you can. Hey, do me a favor, roll a wisdom saving throw.
Awesome!
Drama,
Wisdom
drama.
saving throw. That's a 20, oh my goodness.
Hold on, it's not a saving throw. I'm dumb. I'm sorry.
I think you roll like a D20. or
Yeah,
something.
no, you just straight up have the break. There's no resisting. It just straight up
Yeah,
happens. That's
I
my
thought I
bad.
just rolled a d10.
Yeah, roll a d10 for me.
Yep.
That's
Okay,
my
that's a
bad.
9. So that means you get to pick
I
which one I
choose
get.
your affliction.
Fantastic!
Okay. Ooh, what feels good in the moment? Ooh, this is fun. First affliction.
I mean, okay, if I am
Um,
allowed to have some input here, I will say
mm.
I do not like the flavor of hallucinating right now. I don't think that's gonna work well.
Oh no, that's not. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Hallucinating doesn't work right now.
I am a big fan of
Confrontational doesn't work right
2
now.
and like 8, 2, 6, 2, 6, and 8.
Okay,
Are
I will
appealing
leave this
right
to
now?
myself
Maybe 4?
now. You know what? Yeah, you know what? You're getting number 2. Kip, everything that you have been going through in the last 4, maybe 5 days has been slowly ramping up. And with you realize the literal bargain that you made with an emissary of the realm of demons, leaving a still stinging, burning pain in your hand. You feel yourself absent-mindedly clench that hand closer and press your fingers into the burn, and it focuses you for a moment, and that pain centers you, and you suffer the affliction of masochistic.
Dun dun dun. That's gonna come into play a few times.
You know what, Kip?
Mm-hmm.
You can sleep when your work is done. there's so much more that you have to do. You don't have time to rest. You don't have time to worry about your own physical well-being. Someone who is more important is in danger, and you are the only person who can help them.
Yeah, so Kip raises a hand and like rests it on Tara's elbow. He's so short. He goes, I appreciate your concern, but I think moving will be the most helpful thing to me right now.
And Tara will let out just a small growl of frustration and
But I will say, Tara, and for everyone else going forward whenever this happens, seeing a party member suffer an affliction is a very obvious thing. And you, like, in that moment, there is a distinct change in the way Kip is, like, carrying themselves.
Oh yeah, Kip's like dissociating a little bit.
This, right now, doesn't seem like a thing that you can break them out of.
Tara will pull the hand that touches her elbow in, hug Kipariso, kiss the top of his head because he's much shorter than her, and go, I will help you. And I know that you will not rest. But please, do not hurt yourself in the process.
You know, whatever happens, happens. This is a wonderful hug, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, like Kip's been like pulled in, big muscle arms around, like not letting him go for a minute. And she'll just go, if you need me at any point before we leave, because it may take us a little while to leave, we will convince the others, and then we will leave. You know where I live. You are always welcome in this room. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand you. Can I breathe now?
Yes. she'll let him go.
You let Kip go. Kip heads out of the house. Two more scenes before we wrap up the session for the night. A day later, Kipariso. In record fast pace, you receive a letter in a red envelope, and you can see very small grains of sand pressed in where the wax seal was placed. And you open it. Or do you open it?
Is this like first thing in the morning, mail just came?
Yeah.
Okay, then Kip's probably barely slept at all and is just getting ready for the day, pulling on his brand new gloves.
Add a level of exhaustion.
Hell yeah. Absolutely I will. How do I do that on the sheet? I don't know how it
You
works.
can just, where, on the little section where it has exhaustion, you should just be able to click it.
Fatigue?
No.
Health.
It's,
Ration.
over. So down under where it says afflictions, there's that little box that says exhaustion effects. Go ahead and give me the first one. Perfect.
Okay. Disadvantage on ability checks. Fun. Yeah, Kip's putting on brand new gloves and opening the letter. Yes.
You open the letter. And as you open the letter, you feel the burn in your hand flare. You open it, take out the letter, and almost all of the piece of paper is blank, except for a scrawled line of ink in like the straight up middle of the page, where it says,
We're waiting for you. Bring the oracle.
Ah, okay. And this is a letter, I assume, from person whose name I wrote down. Polydemna?
No,
Polydemna?
no,
Polydem is not.
Polydemna didn't write this.
Okay.
That's on the wax seal on the
odd.
front. Since you
Mhm.
made a successful history check about them earlier, you do see the sigil of the Storokai.
Oh,
This is a letter from the
Okay.
mercenaries.
great. Okay. Kip's gonna burn the letter.
Perfect.
Because that is incriminating as hell.
You
But
burn the letter,
Kip's gonna do their
and you
damnedest
hear that
to bring.
voice. You burn the letter, and you hear that voice go, "Good idea. Invisible ink. Divination runes." That's it.
What the fuck? Invisible ink? Divination runes?
Invisible inks. Invisible ink. Divination runes. She was telling you that they wrote with an ink you cannot see divination runes on the paper.
Oh.
They're
Okay.
trying to spy on you. if
They
you
were
kept the letter.
trying to spy on you if you kept the letter.
Alright.
I think a little bit after she says that, she'll say, "They'll respect that. They'll think you noticed it."
You know, that's good then. Kip just immediately gathers their things again and heads right back. I don't think Kip would even go home at this point. Kip probably stayed at like an inn or a friend's house just for the night in town
Perfect.
so that they're closer and head
Alright.
immediately over to Lysander's place.
Ibis. We're circling back to you for the end of the session. So, you spend the last portion of the third day talking Calliope's ear off about the wonderful Colosseum match that you saw. And you'll definitely notice, even though we all know that Ibis does not know the correct way to interpret this, as you go into vivid details describing the two muscular women you watched wrestle for a good 5 to 10 minutes, you see a noticeable pink in Calliope's cheeks, and you fully don't know why.
She just thinks they're neat.
She just thinks they're neat. But yeah, you just go on and on and on and on. And Calliope spends every second listening intently. Not because of the subject matter, but because it is Ibis.
Aw.
Aw. The amount of pining going on here is real.
So many friends, quote unquote.
Ibis, what's your plan for the next day? If any.
I don't think she has one.
Really?
Yeah, I think she spent a day relaxing. So I think she might try and go visit the vineyard, like Kipariso's family. Like that's what she thinks she might go do, but also
Okay.
she wants to know if, like, again, anybody around the cathedral needs
Now,
help.
I have one question for you, and I want you to think about this
Mhm.
before you answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Did Ibis think to tell anybody of the little illicit deal she might have witnessed in the stands at the Colosseum?
Oh. I think she doesn't she's not so naive as to not think that that was something shady going on. But I don't know if she knows who to go to other than Calliope.
Okay. So, on top of telling
So-
her about the arena match itself, you would
I
have
think-
told her?
Yes, I think
Okay.
she did tell her. Maybe it was just offhanded. Sorry, I just saw it
Sure.
in the chat, Tattletale. You.
Sure. Absolutely. You told her offhandedly while you were filling her in about things.
Yeah, I
And
think at
she
first
definitely-
it was offhanded.
I think there was a definite pause where Calliope went, wait, hold on. You saw what?
I don't actually know his name. He's just one of those merchants that, well, not merchants, but like nobles. He's here on town. And he took something from a person, like a bag. And I think the person was Throp.
A
But
Thrak.
other than that, I couldn't tell.
It's very good that you told me. I will make sure that gets taken care of. Any definable features from the gentleman?
Nose ring? That's pretty common in
So
Thrak.
was he intentionally dressed in a way where you couldn't tell many of his features?
He was handing a noble merchant a bag of something. Do you think that he was dressed in a way that I would absolutely be able to see everything about him? I'm not that dumb.
No, I was making. I was
No, it's-
asking
I
if
know.
the figure looked shady. I'm so. Did I upset you? Are you okay?
It's fine.
Ebis.
Fine.
Ebis. Is something going on? You can tell me.
I didn't know how much of the city burned. I feel bad. I didn't know how much of the city burned.
The burns were regulated as fast as they could be handled. You have. The fires went everywhere, every major water vein in the city. There were a lot of places that had to be attended to immediately. There was a great many fires that were near the consortium. Who knows what would have happened if the consortium went down? All of the research going on in there, all of the magistrates, that would have been disastrous. I hate to admit it. We don't have the resources where we can't avoid having to prioritize certain things.
I know that the immortal goddess has done everything as it should be done, but I didn't know.
I'm
That
sorry.
much.
I thought it was. The mortal goddess is currently in the process of creating a relief system to aid those who lost their houses in the fires. She is already on it, Ebis. She puts a hand on your thigh and says, I do not blame you for having doubts. The mortal
I
goddess...
don't have doubts.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't blame you if you did. The mortal goddess has not reached apotheosis yet. The gods have not deemed her worthy. They are afraid of what a mortal can do on their own. Apotheos chooses those that he would ascend, but Leora, the mortal goddess, has proven herself worthy of the mantle, but
without actual omnipotence, the mortal goddess can only do so much for us. It is why we all desperately want to see her properly ascend. Should she attain... And you see she sort of hushes her voice a bit and goes, Should she obtain true divinity, there will be no limits to how glorious and perfectly running Eurydia could be.
I think it could be beautiful.
It could be.
It will be.
It will be. And she smiles.
So anyway, during the fight,
Perfect. What a wonderful way to cut that scene off. We go to the day after, as we were planning. Now, we're about to end the session. So I want you to think very carefully about the answer to this question. Because the question I ask you and your answer to it will determine how the next session starts. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Ibis. Answer honestly however you want. Make it as juicy and dramatic as you would like. Where is Ibis when the assassin finds her?
Oh, God. I think she has to be in the cathedral.
Okay.
But I think that there are also portions of the cathedral that are a little less, like, out of the way.
Uh-huh.
Like, a little more out of the way. So, obviously an assassin wouldn't go for her, like, in the middle of a service or
Of course
anything.
not.
It'd probably be when she's... I think she's on her way to see Calliope.
Ooh, okay.
I think
so
that
she's stepping through, like, the dorm halls and everything.
Yes, she's going through the dorm halls. It's probably, like, not super early in the morning, but just late enough that most of the sisters are out. And the perfect time for somebody to try and get her.
Awesome. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Sick. Let's see. Save. That's a 5. I will actually use my inspiration.
Okay.
23. Holy
Nat
shit.
fucking 20.
Nat fucking 20.
Excellent.
Worth it for that pun.
Cool. So the first attack is made at disadvantage. What's your armor class?
My armor class is... She wouldn't have, like, a shield. So it's a... Well, would she be in armor?
Would she? You're telling me, honey. This is your scene. Would she be in armor?
I want to say that she wants to go out and do something with the sisters. Like, she wants to be of use. And if you want to be of use to the sisters, being in full armor isn't a bad idea.
Sure.
If only to show your status.
Okay. I'll
So
give
her-
it to you. Absolutely.
Her armor class would be a 16.
Okay. In that case, it misses. Rapid fire. You're walking through the dorm halls. You see a small, little, roiling black smoke coming out from under one of the door cracks. The door swings open, and a figure with a
very, like a dagger-like weapon, but with a very, very thin and almost like round blade. It's almost like this like round piece of metal with a like that is like brought up to a sharpened tip, a stiletto. And you see in the hilt, or rather the pommel, in the pommel stone of this weapon, there is a little capsule that has a like purplish liquid in it. And the individual goes for a thrust and attempts to run you through the stomach. And you dodge just in time. The blade clips by your waist and scratches your armor. Not enough to trigger the mechanism for the weapon to inject its poison. So the next hit, you know, the first hit that lands will poison you.
Mm-hmm.
And as that first hit misses and you back up, the individual turns to you, stands. Hold on, I'm looking for the name to make sure I have it right. Or you know what? I don't think they would say anything. Yeah, they just stand, turn, and prepare themselves to lunge at you again. And that's where we end tonight's session.
Ah!
Yep. No, my clanmates. It is 1 a.m.
Yep, we are ending the session there. Not doing a talk back. I'm actually... Goodbye, audience. We will see you for the next episode.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hopefully I live.
What a way to come back, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ciao.